Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave. Yeah, just like that. I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Feel tearing my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. Oh,
I think I'm overdosing.
I think that I'm
overdosing.
I think that I'm
I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
It's getting stronger, can't take no longer, walking on fire. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
It's getting stronger.
I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. 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 I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby
hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again.
Okay.
Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say, girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel I can do whatever I want. I fear no harm when I stare at the sun. I'm feeling so numb, but with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day, I've been like, no way. But now, every day, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and the entire Dota world here to the China tour of the Spring DPC. We are going to be continuing here with some Division 2 Dota as we watch Aster.Aries take on the side of Dandelio Esports Club, hoping to see which one of these two squads is going to get to offer a very hot start, their first game for both of them. And right now, the way things are stacked up in the Division 2 of China, every game it does seem to be of utmost importance. So, to bring you the action for the day is myself, Snare. I'm joined by Dragon Drop and R Cryptic. And gentlemen, we have not just a fun game on our hands here, not just an opening game from both of these teams, but I asked everybody sort of in the background, who do they think is going to find themselves promoted? And Dragon Drop, you are the lone dissenting voice that said Sparking Arrow Gaming. Everybody else either had Dandelio Esports Club or Aster.Aries. So today, unfortunately, you're going to have to pick a side.
Yeah, well, it might just be my ignorance talking back then, but I've heard you gush about Dandelio here. They've been blazing through the qualifiers, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. Of course, I've seen some of these names before as well, but that was a while ago. It's a new time, it's a new patch, and it's also Aster.Aries. Can't really count those guys out either, so this should be an exciting match for sure. But yeah, without seeing any drafts, I'm just going to go with Aster.Aries for now, and for my horse in the ring there.
The man who hates the predictions making an early one by going for Aster.Aries as right now, Dandelio Esports Club, they're going to start proceedings off. One thing about this matchup here, Ricky, is the fact that Dandelio Esports Club, Dragon Drop alluded to it a little bit earlier, that there are some recognizable names here, you know, some names that have reached some actual proper heights before. Unfortunately, they failed to do it in recent times. A lot of these are players that have been kicked, shuffled around. Is that going to give them that kind of momentum? You know, that, you know, sometimes you see these teams that everyone's been thrown out from somewhere else. It builds a solidarity. You're like, guys, we can play together. Screw everybody else. We're the ones that got this.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it does have something to be said for like having like a little bit of like team synergy, for like having experience like as a roster. And I think that's something that is like going to actually put them at a disadvantage. But that being said, they are hungry, right? Like these players, like you said, have not had the most success in recent history, and here they are. They've made it into the DPC, and if there's ever a proving grounds for any team, it's definitely the CNDPC. Division 2 is very cutthroat, so we'll see how they can do. And they're up against, in my opinion, I think one of the best teams in Division 2. So this is a real trial by fire scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a good thing to get this kind of game out of the way first, maybe. Just it's better to have it now if it's a super strong opponent than have it as your last deciding game that determines whether you make it through or whether you get eliminated or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, on that note, right, we saw the last time out in Tour 1, initially, Aster.Aries, although they did form this super strong roster, right, with the likes of Red Panda, White Album being on the roster, unfortunately, they didn't find themselves being able to find success in large measure because they weren't playing most of their games with White Album. The season started with Phoenix playing a large majority of the games from the mid lane, and even when White Album was able to participate, the entire team synergy is off. You haven't spent the entire season being together. And it was a very condensed season, our Cryptic here. 3 weeks as compared to 6 is a very different style of playing Dota. So Aster.Aries, certainly a team, you were mentioning that they're probably going to have the team cohesion going for themselves. How much of a difference do you think it makes to have White Album back in that role, back in the mid, and back, honestly, on a redemption arc, not just for himself, but for the team?
I mean, it's pretty big. Like White Album is obviously a very well-known, very skilled mid lane player. And last season, when he did manage to join the team, they actually struggled quite a bit. And I think, like you said, some of that comes to just like throwing off that team kind of synergy that they had going, playing with that stand-in for most of the season. So I think now we might see a different Aster.Aries as they're going to be hitting full swing. Like they'll be hitting their momentum pretty much right out of the gate, if I had to guess. But whether or not like White Album is going to be like the make or break is still to be seen, because honestly, we didn't get to really see him much last season, and I would love to see him, perform well to like expectation essentially here in season 2.
Yeah, there was a period in time last year in particular where White Album, when he was on Team Aster, although they didn't have the results internationally, whenever they played locally, he would often punch far behind or beyond his weight class. At the same time, there have been some iffy performances here or there. Conversation was had about maybe he was bailed out by his teammates. But of course, here is going to be trying to just prove himself from the ground up. And speaking of proving themselves, Drag and Drop, with Dandelio and Esports Club, we've already spoken about the fact that a lot of these names have been not just regular mainstays in China, but they've participated in the DPC. They just haven't been able to find the results that they absolutely need. However, with things being different now, them having blown past the qualifiers, other teams that are inside the qualifier mix right now, or inside the Division 2 mix, teams like IG Vitality, who were in those qualifiers and still got bodied by Dandelio Esports Club. Do you think that a young team like this is going to be playing with in mind the pressure that we are one of the favorites? How much does it play into their mentality? How much does it play into their confidence? And does it make a difference when, like you said, it's going to already be difficult, right, taking on one of the more powerful squads? But this is a game that could actually, down the line, be the game that turns out to have made the difference. So is their youth going to play against them in this situation?
That is a really good question, and one that's very hard to answer without actually talking to the players and really getting a chance to go into their minds, because it really alludes to this very important point that a lot of about Dota competitive esports is the mental game. It's the ability to just find yourself in situations, deal with them, and then not let it affect your gameplay, or if it does affect it, just affect it in a good way, by just getting that extra boost, coming out of the qualifier swing in. It's like, yeah, we're on a train, we're winning, we're doing well in scrims and whatnot, and then basically ride that wave. If you can use that for you, power to you. On the other hand, I mean, feeling that kind of pressure can derail a team as well. Don't really know where Dandelion falls on that. We'll find out today. I'm pretty sure about this, because we were talking about how Aster.Aries is a strong opponent. So this is going to be the first real test. I mean, no shade on IG Vitality, but I think Aster.Aries is a bit of a different caliber. But I'm looking forward to it. I think they can show some good Dota here. But then again, if you're an open qualified team, it's always a bit of a stretch to immediately put them in in the front row, as it were.
Well, we'll see how they do now that they have found themselves in the hot seat, because the first draft is ready. Aster.Aries versus Dandelio Esports Club, the game that could potentially determine who escapes with IG from the Division 2. And here we go, gentlemen. We're starting off already with some familiar heroes in this particular patch here, Ricky. The Hoodwink already picked up by Aster.Aries. IO first pick for Dandelio. And you know that this is a strong patch for these kind of heroes, where even in China, people are just opening with the IO gyro.
Yeah, I think the gyro isn't necessarily like this like end-all be-all carry right now of this patch. I think the only reason it's picked here is because IO exists, and IO somehow not getting banned here at the start of this phase means, you know, Dandelio just wants to pick a decent enough carry that works with it, and it's not going to get punished too heavily by Chaos Knight since it's pretty decent at taking down the illusions. But that being said, this Chaos Knight is a hero that flexes very well. It can be safe lane, it can be off lane. I've seen some people attempt to run this in the support position, but I think more often it's typically going to be 1-3, and it's doing very well, I think.
Yeah, has been doing quite a lot. And like you mentioned, the versatility of heroes like this has a huge role to play in exactly how well it's doing overall and why it's being picked up as often as it is. But the other hero that I really want to look at here that's been banned out, somehow it still keeps getting through here, drag and drop. This Pangolier, which we've seen just tearing through teams, both in Division 2 and in Division 1 here in China. How on earth does it keep getting through the draft, especially considering how many Pango players seem to reside in China?
Yeah, it didn't this time here, rightfully so, as you were pointing out, because it is one of these heroes I think that fits quite well in the meta, because the meta is, as with a lot of new patches, is focused on, hey, I'm just gonna go fight early, and then we're gonna take towers on the back of that, and we're just gonna play this momentum game. And Pangolier is one of these heroes that can do a lot with very little, so you're not relying on him stomping the offlane necessarily, but then he can still have that huge impact in team fights with the Rolling Thunder, with a well-timed disarm. So
yeah,
I can see him fitting well into this general idea.
Right now, we see that they get the Grimstroke for themselves on Aster.Aries. So that pickup, generally speaking, that we've seen it in China, we've often, ironically enough, seen it paired with that Pangolier. But another hero which we just see Spirits being utilized in this role as well, whenever you have that. The Spirits, the first one of the day, will come out on the side of Dandelio Esports Club as they go for the Ember Spirit. Ricky, do you just once go for Storm once it's your turn to pick on the side of Aster.Aries, or do you say, it might be a little bit too risky, let's get something a bit more stable in the mid lane that's not as temperamental as the Storm right now?
I mean, it's actually a really good Storm game. Like, already, it's a hero that can find the IO. Relocate getting canceled by both Orchid and Vortex is what makes it such a good counter to the hero. It does beat the Ember Spirit in the mid lane as well. It works well with Grimstroke. I mean, if I'm Aster.Aries here, this is like the most textbook Storm Spirit game I've ever seen. there's depending on what happens in this next pick here, but like, there's no chance they don't pick Storm Spirit for White Album unless there's like a very hard counter here in this next pick. But that's typically going to come from your mid lane heroes like Puck, but it's not available, right? We see Gyro, we see the Ember, we know this is going to be the 1-2, so I don't know what they can pick that's going to make this, and that's definitely not it. So Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Oh, they go Necro. Okay, so interesting. This hero's been doing a lot of good work. This hero is pretty sick, and it is flexible as well.
Yeah, it could obviously be the offlaner as well. So we don't actually have confirmation on the side of Aster.Aries where they are playing any of their heroes, right? I mean, it's also not completely out of whack for us to see the safe lane Necrophos. We've seen that in the past before. So quite a lot for them to still do. They still potentially have space for a hero like Storm Spirit, because their draft right now does feel a little bit static. I would like to see something that can get a little bit more further forward. On the other side, though, Drag and Drop, having this Monkey King come out here for the side of Dandelio, they've just got so much overwhelming team fight, man. This Gyrocopter coming in with the Wisp, being able to fight around this Wukong's Command, Ember Spirit just rushing in. But unfortunately, it is a ton of magic damage. So if Aster.Aries get themselves a BKB carrier, what do they do on the side of Dandelio until this Gyro gets really big?
Not take big team fights, I guess. I mean, that's the one big weakness of these kind of drafts that you pointed out expertly right there. I mean, until then, obviously, they can also play a very fast game. You know, Gyrocopter, his weaknesses is really just the regen situation. Other than that, you can just go in and just press Q every 9 seconds or so, or 10 seconds, or whatever that cooldown is. And just do tons of damage in team fights, and the IO, of course, solves that regen issue that a Gyrocopter has, a sustainability problem that normally prevents him from doing that willy-nilly. Ember Spirit, similar situation in some ways, got more dependent on the Remnant cooldown as well. Yeah, I gonna have to wait and see for the we didn't see the last picks to see whether they want to have some sort of late game insurance, or they want to make something weird happen here with the offlaner, or whether they want to mix up the lanes a little bit. I mean, it's always still a distinct possibility.
I love these offlane bans here from Aster.Aries. No bat, no LC. You know, to take away the purge in particular, I think is very good for this kind of game. But I do worry now. But I mean, you can see that Dandelion still aren't aware of exactly how they're going to stack up on the side of Aster.Aries. But it kind of feels like they're a bit shoehorned here, Ricky, for this last pick for the offlane. Like, what's left? Tide still left in the pool. Haven't seen it be that successful. Brewmaster gone. Nightstalker gone. LC, Bat, gone. No Doom, no Mars. What else is left that you play successfully? Hell, even this Razor, which has been played unsuccessfully in the offlane, even that's banned.
Yeah, I mean, the Timber Saw would be like a pretty sick pick, I think. It's pure damage. It's good against the Chaos Knight. They don't have a lot of lockdown for it outside of Grimstroke and Chaos Bolt. So Timber Saw is one that comes to mind for me, but the only reason I think that is because it does play around the same tempo that like IO type likes to play, right? So that is a possible pick. The Tide Hunter, obviously, like you were mentioning, isn't bad, but yeah, their options are absolutely limited here. Okay, and they grab an OD. So that is probably the off lane, in my opinion. I think this hero is best as an off lane hero. But maybe they do something weird and take the Ember Spirit into the off lane.
Or just run IO Gyro on your off lane, have Ember Spirit in the safe lane, and then OD mid.
Yeah.
I can also see that.
Lanes. Yeah.
In faster areas, I wonder if they want to think about just matching Necrophobes up against the IO Gyro wherever they are, just because he's also one of these sustain heroes. So you can sort of match that aspect of the lane a little bit.
Okay.
There's the Wraith King now, so yeah.
Okay.
It seems more likely that the Chaos Knight off lane, yeah.
Yeah, the Necrophos was almost guaranteed to be mid because it's not actually good into the Gyro lane, and it's pretty solid at punishing the Ember Spirit. So the only question was whether or not Chaos Knight was going to be 1 or 3, right? So they go ahead, they pick up the Wraith King, and yeah, I mean, I think this is okay. I think the Wraith King might be a little bit too slow in terms of like coming online with the CK Grimstroke, but we'll see. Overall, I'm a little bit more like hesitant to go for Dandelion because of this last pick OD, but I think Aster.Aries, like their draft is pretty cut, like it's pretty standard, pretty on meta. Like all the heroes make sense to me. You know, I'm not really questioning anything here. Like it just looks like a good draft.
Always good when you wind yourself up with a good draft, right? Where you don't have heroes that are like too confusing, too perplexing. It's just going to be a standard game of Dota. Well, a standard is humanly possible. And like you mentioned, they not only have ways to cover for the most aspects of the game that you need right now. You know, they have some ability to push down towers. They've got some moderate ability to push Roche, but primarily this is a fighting patch and they can do that very well, still scale into the later portions of the game. The question is, though, on the side of Dandelion Esports Club, will their gamble of this offlane OD, Ember Spirit, and a Gyrocopter? There's a lot of resources that are going to be required for them to make this one work. We're going to find out whether or not that's going to happen, but both of you seem a little bit more hot towards Aster.Aries, just seeming that it's a lot more stable of the drop, but I don't know. We like to see these young teams experimenting and doing interesting and new stuff just to try and make sure that they get themselves further ahead of the pack. They probably know that off the basis of experience alone, it's not going to crack it. Off the basis of just play alone, the skill level is so close in China that might not crack it. So you have to throw some curveballs into the mix. I'm going to go with Dandelion Esports Club. So I hope that they give us a game 1 victory. But before the game itself actually kicks off, while we still have a few seconds here, I want everyone to know that we're doing Fresh Friday. Look at how good the homies look right here. All cryptic with the checkered yellow shirt. You love to see it. You know, we've got Drag and Drop with the classy blazer. Is that a Divine Rapier pin that you've got there?
It is, yes.
Oh,
very much is.
Gosh.
I'm
hoping to see a Divine Rapier in the game, because we are about to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, Aster.Aries versus Dandelion Esports Club. Dota is about to kick off for Division 2. Take it away, boys. All cryptic and Drag and Drop.
Absolutely excited for this one. So Drag and Drop, you're kind of with me on this one, right? You're leaning a little bit more towards Aries in terms of the draft, but you know, Dandelion, they've got the resources still to try and take this one, right? Like IO is a ridiculous hero at the end of the day, right?
A lot of it is going to come down to how these early mid-game fights end up working out, because I'm just seeing Aries having a lot more well-rounded lineup in that regard, because they have some click stuns, they have some combinations, especially with the Grimstruck Soulbind. I always like to see that when you have multiple single-target spells to combo up with that, and then just make these single-target stuns go a lot further. Whereas for Dandelion, like, where's their control? Where's the front line, right? You have your Ember Spirit kind of going in with chains. You have the OD perhaps setting up with an Astral Imprisonment into the Meme Hammer. Maybe the Monkey King setting up out of that 4 position. But all of that seems a lot tougher to execute than Aries just walking in and throwing stuns everywhere.
All right. Into the mid lane matchup, the Ember Spirit into the Necrophos. This one I was kind of excited to see, because honestly the Necro pick was a little bit surprising. To me, it just seemed like it was such an obvious Storm game here, but the Necrophos does really well in this matchup. There's not a lot the Ember Spirit that can do. Like, you just can't actually out-regen the Necrophos. So he will end up just kind of losing this like slow war of attrition, especially once you get closer to like level 3, stuff like that. But for now, ZC, he's got these early 2 waves to probably try and get as much of a lead as possible. Oh, Courier bottom lane? Nice, gets down. Okay, he's fine.
No first bloods on Couriers just yet. Normally that's a lot quicker than first bloods on Heroes in some games, but not this time. Yeah, I mean, looking to see, because White Album in mid is sitting super low. Ember Spirit is one of these heroes. They got a lot better in this recent patch, right? You can do more damage with Sleight of Fist, you can use that more to farm on creeps, and the Flame Guard is much harder to break for most heroes. So, you can always use that to push out the wave, go into the jungle, get a little bit extra there.
So let's talk about the off lane here then for the moment. We've got Chaos Knight as well as Hoodwink going up against IO Gyro. And I think the way that this works, like the reason IO is pretty much always banned is just because you can't really push a hero out of lane when there's an IO next to it, right? Like you either have to burst them down, or they just end up sustaining lane eternally until they just get enough farm.
Yeah. So in a time where off lanes really want to be just going right at you, like bottom lane perhaps, it's a safe lane from Aries. Maybe like angling for the first blood. One more click will do it. A bit of heal coming out though from Monkey King in. Just enough to keep him safe. But yeah, normally you're looking for these off lanes to just go super ham and get kills. Is Monkey King actually returning in?
Oh, it's gonna be the first blood. Yeah, he did manage to dodge the Wraithfire Blast like initial hit damage, but the burn plus the Stroke of Fate too much. So he stuck around just a little bit too long there.
Sometimes easy to forget that Wraithfire Blast also has a slow attached to it afterwards and damage over time.
Yeah, so. Did he not have Boundless Strike? Was that on cooldown? I feel like
it must have been.
Yeah,
he got the Jingle Mastery stacked up. And, yeah. Got the Jingu, then got a bit of heal from the Boundless Strike. That allowed him to get away in the first attempt, but then he stuck around for too long. So just a bit unfortunate. Oh yeah, but the point that I wanted to make is that offlaners, at least some offlaners, really want to look for a lot of aggression, a lot of pressure on the enemy safe laner. And Hoodwink kind of fits into that. You can set up for a lot, do a decent amount of damage here between Bushwhack and Acorn Shot. But you're absolutely right, when there's an IO on the other side, that just diffuses that completely.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like how this mid lane like ends up breaking down, because at the moment White Album, he just got the double null tallies turned in, he's got that Glove of Haste. Probably just gonna go for an early treads would be my guess. It's the item build on Necro is very flexible, but this is a hero that's super item dependent, and so if you don't come out of the lane stage ahead, like if you come out like behind, for instance, then it feels super underwhelming. But if a Necro gets off to an early lead, gets some early Reaper Scythe kills now with how that works, getting that extra regen, this hero can really start to snowball the game.
Yeah, I've yet to see that actually, just the permanent regen. So if you get a bunch of kills like that, it's gonna get progressively tougher to actually kill them off later.
Yeah, it's not retroactive in the fact of like, when you get the stack, you get that specific amount of regen, kind of like Legion Duel.
Yeah.
Whereas like it, you know, Pudge Flesh Heap and stuff is just like a flat multiplier. So it's a little bit different. But in general, though, like if you manage to get like the 4 or 5 Reaper Scythe kills by the end of the game, you just have like a bonus like 20 HP regen or more. It's pretty sick.
Yeah. And every point of regen is that much more DPS that the other team has to bring to the table to actually kill you off, you know, and that's on top of the hit from the death pools, here whatever normal stacks of Heartstopper regen he has, at any points in the team fights. It can get a bit complicated. Also depending on how he itemizes, whether he goes heavily into the region. Of course, these days you can build Skadi, you can build Shivas to counteract that quite effectively, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see Gyro going for something like that eventually. Of course, still
overall, though, both teams pretty content with just farming, it seems, and this is when the Necrophos becomes an issue. He just like shoves the lane constantly at you. You're just gonna be able to like free deny, free CS, like nothing you can really do as far as the Ember goes. And with the way jungling works, it's not as easy to recover. They did make Ember's jungle a little bit faster with the Sleight of Fist build, but still it's not the best. Chaos Knight absolutely owning on CS though, 37 and 7 in this offlane.
Yeah, wow. Perhaps slightly unexpected, so also benefiting from this, well, this farming lane. I mean, one thing that the IO does not do... Oh, they are indeed. Bit of damage being done here. White Album just straight up walking in. Need a bit of extra... Yeah, okay, that's not gonna be enough with the IO. And this timely rotation to heal up ZC will be the end of that. It'll still do a significant amount of damage to this tower with the catapult though, unless...
Yeah, it's a very smart rotation. You had like level 6 on the Necrophos, you've got the catapult, both supports coming mid to try and do what they can. And even though they don't get the Ember kill, it still results in a lot of extra damage onto that tower. But you're also allowing CK to completely free farm top solo. So he's getting a ton of experience and a ton of money to go with it. So this is, I think, one of my favorite heroes of the patch right now. I like CK is so fun to play in this current meta.
Okay. That seems pretty powerful. That being said, OD down bottom also not doing too badly for himself. Already has that meteor hammer completed. Oh, starting to put some pressure up down here. Can't really easily get kills. On the flip side, Monkey King very vulnerable if he gets caught out by any sort of initial stun. So yeah, still on this 1 kill for now.
Yeah, they're just farming, both teams. I mean, we're starting to see like the stacks add up in terms of CS for the Gyrocopter, but he's still not actually top of the net worth, right? It is going to be held by the CK since all of his CS is just lane creeps, which are incredibly more valuable. You do have the Meteor Hammer completed on the OD, so he's just got the triple branch Meteor Hammer, which will be able to start pressuring towers at some point, but for now they do have, you know, multiple heroes here in the bottom lane, so they're not gonna be able to get a ton out of this OD Meteor Hammer for the moment.
Yep. Also looking at Monkey King, it seems kind of lost as to what to do, because can't really aggressively go on bottom. Wraith King is a bit too strong at this point, has still holding on to a skill point in case he needs his ultimate. but kind of hard to kill in the first place between Monkey and OD. Can't really rotate in on mid because it's Necrophos. Very tough to kill. So what do you do in this hero? He's just playing wards right now up top of the tree.
Yeah, this is
just gyro farming jungle.
Yeah, it's like, this is just the most typical IO gyro game I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just avoid the enemy team at all costs, farm the jungle as fast as humanly possible, and hope that come 20 minutes you have, you know, Aghanim Scepter plus BKB plus damage item.
Gonna give it a shot bottom though.
Yeah.
It's gonna come right back, jump away, beyond super slow. It's gonna be another stun in a couple of seconds. Before that, the bushwhack, Akon shot. Top of beyond, but the banishment makes him walk away. Haste rune there from ZC. And okay, that's a big hammer. That's a lot of damage here, actually. Wraith King dies a second time. Aaron finds his way out. Meanwhile, though, the jump in the back was not quite a scythe kill, I believe. Now ZC also in a lot of trouble. No more remnants. Almost no more life points here. Needs to be right-clicked down. It's only Red Panda there, though, to do that. Aaron somehow still alive. Another couple of spells here with the bushwhack maps. A little bit too late to cancel the TP.
Well, they do see the Monkey King though underneath the ward, so he's got to be a little careful. No Primal Spring for 7. All right, yeah, he's fine. Never mind. He's out.
This is so annoying to try and track him down like that. Quite the fight,
though. Go aggressive though. Yeah, Astral and the Meteor Hammer. He's taking just a ton of magic damage from this. Does have those stick, but it's not enough. Yeah, they just got way too much damage. He just assumed that they had backed off completely, but ZC, like you said, he got the TP out. He still had that remnant to come right back into the fight. So a very smart play there from that Ember Spirit. Just being ready to go whenever.
Doing a large amount of damage just with a maxed out Flame Guard. And making good use of the setup from the Meteor Hammer. On the back of the Astron Prism. It's one very reliable initiation for them right now. As the game goes on, though, it gets a lot tougher because Astral Prism is still a couple of seconds where the enemy team has time to react if they're in position. Yeah, getting that extra kill on Wraith King, though. Very nice. He's gonna have to play a lot more defensively for a little bit. No huge stacks for Gyro here in this triangle, but still very easy to farm up these creeps here with the IO, just the trusty friend by his side. Well, when you see this Chaos Knight become active, because you already got the armlet, working on Soul Ring BKB perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at net worth, you can just see what happens, right? When you play this IO Gyro combo, like, this is just the nature of the game. You just are gonna farm up the jungle as much as possible, just not fight, and it may end up working out. I'm not sold on it right now because you do only have about a 1k gold lead, or maybe even less. Like, it's really not even that much to begin with, but you actually have the ability to get very active on the side of Aries, and I think the CK is going to be a massive problem. He is going more of a carry build, though. He does have, like, Armlet. He's going for a BKB, probably, but sometimes you see CKs go for, like, more of this, like, caster, like, throwing Chaos Bolt constantly type of build. But
yeah.
Either way, I think the hero, regardless of his, like, the build you end up choosing, still ends up being very useful. Okay, there's a smoke. You're getting something now.
I'll just smoke though on the other side. And walk right into each other and engage. But do they really want to do this? White Album? Initial target here with relocate in though from the gyrocopter. That is very much going to be that Necrophos. Aries, they do not want to try and contest that.
Yeah, I mean, getting that kill is pretty huge. This is the second time now that the Necro has pretty much just died alone. And the relocate, I mean, you always have to be wary about that. That is going to be like pretty much the global presence from the side of Dandelion. Because at the moment, again, they're just going to be jungling. But if they get the opportunity to find a solo pickoff, it's absolutely worth just joining, securing the kill, and then going back to farm. And Gyrocopter, he did end up going for the Chrysalis as his first item, so very high DPS as opposed to Aghanim Scepter, which some people prefer in terms of farming. But the Chrysalis is very, very, very value, and after this, gonna go BKB, pick up the Aghanim Scepter following that. So yeah, you're gonna have a big gyro problem.
Yeah. I do like seeing this build. I saw it a lot in Europe as well. I forgot who it was. But yeah, it seems to be very strong. Chrysalis into Aghanim Scepter. BKB in this game just to be safe. To make sure that you can actually stay in the fight, because that's still the most important factor on whether Gyrocopter does well.
Yeah, absolutely. This Necro needs to be very careful. He does see the IO and the gyro farming the lane, but there is a Monkey King looking for him. He was showing on wave just a moment ago, so if he's not careful, he might end up going down here, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, he's coming just a little bit too far forward. Primal Spring onto the backside. Missile already coming. Found the strike. It's going to be dodged, plus the Yules will dodge the missile, so White Album's actually going to get plenty of space here to try and turn this one around. The question is, will they be able to get anything? And do get eyes on the Monkey King in the trees. Bushwhack does come through. They found the gyro. 2 heroes soulbind. They've got the Reaper Scythe, but they just turns around with the BKB. CK now on the run. Not going to be able to survive the hammer drop from beyond there. And you know, that is the first, that BKB delivered just as that fight was breaking out. So maybe if that BKB wasn't there, they could go for a Reaper Scythe play. But yeah, as soon as that comes out, the fight is completely over for Aries.
I mean, this is gotta be concerning though for Aries, just seeing a Gyrocopter running at you 15 minutes in with a BKB and a Chrysalis. And this is some pretty good timing. It's almost sitting at 10k net worth now. And it's gonna get even worse with that team fight, with that extra farm, of course, always farming multiple camps at the same time. It's just the dream gyro game right now.
Where are we heading now? Looks like gonna bring a few heroes to the top lane here. It's actually pretty sick if they find the pickoff, but it looks like Monkey King, he's right under a ward. Yeah, right into a Bushwhack. No, wait. Okay, that might be the most convenient place he could have gone. Is he gonna live? There's no way, right? Okay, he does end up dying. Oh my goodness.
Yes, some of these tree heroes are very slippery at times. One side it's the monkey, and the other it's the hoodwink. But yeah, not this time. It's not always the most important kill, but mentally I feel like it's very good to get these kills very quickly rather than have to get away. It's 10 health points just jumping through trees as bottom lane. Beyond almost got the imprisonment out there on the Chaos.
Yeah, that was very close.
We're heading into this mid game now. Not a lot of action early, only 7 kills total. But the stakes are growing ever higher. Like, you start to look at these tier 2s that will fall with or without a team fight apparently. Aries just gonna let this go? You have to at this point.
Yeah, I think they're just too afraid to fight into the gyro.
Yeah.
Roshan would be a great consolation prize. The tier 2 for Rosh is a pretty common exchange, but it's not going all that fast. They're taking way too long on this.
That's with the Desolator completed on the Wraith Kings. Really goes to show how scared they are of Dandelion, perhaps rightfully so. Here, initiation on the Grimstroke. Red Panda, though, still alive. Nice Bushwhack. Couple of shots being exchanged. That was about it, but yeah, free tier 2 for Dandelion, and as a result.
I mean, you've got to be happy about this. Dandelion's like gold lead has just been slowly increasing for a while. Ooh, that is an unlucky miss on the Bushwhack. I mean, that is so difficult to catch no matter what, but
So bold
slowly
from
increasing their
ZZ
lead
to
and-
go in there anyway, right? On this friendly.
Yeah, it really is. He does have his team behind him, so I think he's a little bit, you know, more confident in the fact that his team can follow him up. You always have like the Astral for save.
Alright. Chaos Knight in front, not the worst thing in the world. He is quite tanky. Now, the question becomes, how do you actually initiate if you're Dandelion, right? This is what we flagged out at the start of the game. Because starting with imprisonment in a 5-on-5 teamfight situation is not as reliable as it was in these small skirmishes on the side lanes.
Yeah, it's definitely not as easy. The thing is like you still have the IOs like relocated at any time, so they're gonna continue to just kind of play the farming game, and then eventually, you know, once they have like a couple more items, just 5-man deathball, and there's not a lot that you're gonna be able to do to stop them outside of you know, sniping the IO, and they don't have a great solution for it. It was one of the reasons I was really hopeful for this like Storm Spirit pick. The Necro, you know, it did great in lane, but you can see it right now, like it's definitely fallen off, and I can't stress enough like how bad this hero is from behind. So yes, you have Blink Staff, you have Blink Dagger, you have Staff of you have like the Yule Scepter, but not doing a whole lot. Oh, fight breaking out though.
Break, stuns coming through here. Chaos Knight right in the middle. That's Monkey King down. The Scythe not really doing a whole lot. The Ares is being wrecked. The Buyback's coming through, and now the Chaos Knight also on the Tuckling's way. Perhaps an escape, if not some victory. Another Remnant forwards to try and stop this. The Chain's coming through. Blocks that off. Now the turnaround on the ZC, but damage is not there. The hammer over the Wraith King. That's the second life. Ulu down for the count as well. Dandelion just cleaning through areas. Protected by that BKB. It's a gyrocopter really showing his teeth.
I'm trying to like
damage
just double check. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where exactly like all the damage came from in this fight, and it is just gyrocopter. Like it really is. Like this hero is way too farmed. He just got the Aghanim Scepter completed before that fight, and as soon as the fight broke out, you know, you have Gyro just like standing on top of the Necrophos. Plus, I want to say the Wraith King as well. They take full call down, they take full rocket barrages, plus all his right click damage. So, yeah, you gotta like find a way to like take the IO out at the very beginning of this fight, but it just doesn't seem like there's gonna be an option for that, because you need a Blink Dagger on like your CK or your Wraith King, because they're the only ones who really have burst potential to set that one up.
Yeah. It turns out if they're all just right on top of each other and Gyrocopter gets to do his thing, there's not a lot that Ares can do. Because he is that far ahead. I mean, this is absolutely insane, actually. 5,000 gold more than Ares' carry. Now the relocate up top. They're looking for Ulu again. He doesn't even have his ultimate back. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, this game's falling apart for Ares. I think they're just lost at what to do, because they know that they've pretty much already missed their timer. Like this is the point when the IO Gyro is strongest, and you pick this like lane dominating heroes of Necro, Wraith King, and CK, and then you didn't really transition this into anything. So you have this, you know, you're just kind of bleeding at this point, and I don't really know what their game plan is going to be going forward.
Well, it's a bit rough now to come up with a plan up against a Gyrocopter that's this farm, that has an Aegis, that has an IO behind them. This is where Necrophos kind of bites in the ass, this pick, because he works very well from ahead. I think you were talking about that earlier. But coming from behind, like we saw what happened to him in the last fight. He just disappeared immediately. Barely did 500 damage.
Yeah, he got popped. Yeah, you're at the point where like you definitely need a lot more items. Like that's pretty much what this comes down to. Like you're just short on items for the side of Ares. You don't really have the initiation. You need the shard on the Necrophos, which I'm assuming he buys right now. He does, so that will definitely improve your farming speed. You still need the shard on the CK as well as a Blink Dagger, and your Wraith King is going BKB instead of a Blink Dagger of his own. So you still don't really have a good initiation option.
Yeah. might be a bit too
Meanwhile,
late.
Summer's knocking on the high ground with a Daedalus just completed on his way to an Eye of Scotty. So the question is, can you even slow down this gyrocopter?
I can give it a shot. I think at this point
He's
it's
actually
gonna have to be
use on the Monkey King too.
It's being thrown out. Dragging back in, but there's a BKB. And it's gonna have to wait this one out. Look at the damage just from a flat cannon.
Yeah, big whiff on the Monkey King there. He tried the Wukong's command and find the kill there onto the Hoodwink, but instead forgot to use the Diffusal Blade, and by the time the Wukong's command came out, she was too far away to hit her with the inhibit, so she just kind of walked away. But it is not the longest cooldown in the world. They do go for a smoke play. I mean, Aries is desperate. They've got to find something here, but they're under vision completely. They are going to find Summer. This would be a huge kill if they can actually find him, but there it is, the Astral to save. They've got the Aegis, of course. His BKB coming up cooldown in just about 30 seconds, so you've got to get the second life here, and they might be able to. If they don't stop this relocate, yeah, he's going to be able to pull back. Very well done by SJ. And BKB comes out from the CK. ZC on the backside just melts both of the supports. White Album's going to be the third casualty of CK, forced the TP home. Yeah, that is rough. They pretty much blew everything. They didn't catch the IO, and that's the downside of not catching the IO there. And they might actually get Ulu here. Reincarnation is available, so it will buy him a little bit of time, but he's got no reinforcements. He is alone.
Yeah, there's no way he survives the second life.
Yeah. They just GG out. I don't blame him. This game is super over.
And they were able to kill Gyrocopter once, which is all well and good, but then Ember Spirit shows up and then just also says, yeah, by the way, I'm also doing damage. And you can't handle the power. Wow, yeah, you guys weren't kidding. Dandelion's pretty good.
Yeah.
I told y'all. That's all I'm going to say. I told y'all. Smug Snare is back. He's returned out here. We're here for Fresh Friday. We're here to see Dandelion Esports get themselves the dub. And gentlemen, we saw the game, and I really thought initially that, you know, both our Cryptic and Dragon Drop are telling me that this draft is so solid. They're telling me this is all going to work out. And it's like, okay, cool. But Aster.Aries, I'm not sure they got the memo, gentlemen, because it didn't really feel like they had the confidence when they were playing that entire game. Almost from jump, right? From the laning phase. We saw them just play so timidly. Why did that end up happening, Ricky? Why is it that the team that was slated to win, I'm sure a lot of people thought that they had the advantage, had decent lanes in pretty much every scenario, and it just, how did it all fall apart so quickly?
I honestly thought the CK Necro would get a lot more done, but it didn't end up happening. Like, you get to this moment where, like, you have these, like, two lane dominating heroes. You have a Wraith King that needs to farm. Like, he's not going to be able to keep on par with the Gyrocopter, but he can still find farm, get some crucial items, and then join, you know, shortly after. But the CK and Necro, they kind of just stayed in their lane and did their own thing. You never really saw them come together. The Necrophos ended up dying twice alone. And as soon as that happens, your game kind of just crumbled. Like, you didn't really have that momentum anymore. So, yeah, I mean, Dandelion just played a slow, methodical game. Like, they didn't really do anything too fancy in the lanes, right? Like, they found a couple kills here and there, but for the most part, it was really just making tons of stacks, thanks to the IO, thanks to the Monkey King. And then, you know, Gyro cleaning them all up.
We spoke about this in the draft, Dragon Drop, about how they have this sort of massive team fight available to them on the side of Dandelion, and it's very hard to counteract after the BKBs come out, but we never really got to see BKBs, and we never really got to see Aster.Aries ever being able to answer from the team fight. I mean, early on, we already saw Dandelion very happy to throw multiple heroes at Aster.Aries, and where was the response, Dragon Drop? But was it an issue that this draft just couldn't respond at the pace necessary?
Yeah, I think so, because I think they got caught a little bit off guard by how fast the Gyrocopter was actually farming. It was just a function of how slow this early game was and how free this IO Gyro was to farm up wherever they wanted. So by the time they realized that it was already too late, because Gyro was half a game ahead all after 10 minutes or so. And even if they gotten BKBs, like at that point he had more than enough physical damage to make up for it. So and that's a bit problematic, you know, especially if you're a Necrophos. If you want to take these long, drawn-out team fights where you just stand there, heal up, and do tons of damage. But as you see right here in his highlight, he just disappears immediately, and this is not a great situation if that happens to you mid start of the play.
Did he blink in there, by the way? Like, I was trying to keep my eyes on the Necrophosis fight because I couldn't find it before either. But like, the hero, I think he was on the screen for more than like half a second.
No, he really wasn't.
Gone. Got obliterated.
He's just going in. Hey, here's a scythe, which doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I think he just blinked in and instantly died. I'm like, that's nuts. He like blinked into a call down and a Sanity's Eclipse and was just dead.
Yep. We saw that happen throughout the game, and we also saw the difficulty they had dealing with this Gyrocopter overall. Like you were mentioning, Dragon Drop, he got super strong. But another thing we ended up seeing in this game here, gentlemen, is, and it was a bit of a disconcerting thing, but the Aster.Aries supports weren't necessarily able to provide the same degree of utility, right, to their same team. I mean, you were already mentioning it, Ricky, the potential of the stacking with the IO, but the vision control that Tianming gave them with that Monkey King honestly was kind of crazy, right? And we sometimes see this coming out of China, these past 4 Monkey Kings just creating so much space on the map, creating so much vision. We even saw in the one highlight where he got pushed onto the high ground before he dies, like, sweet, I'm a D-ward on the way out. And all these small things just kept going in his favor.
He got the ward. Like, he actually dies, but he gets the ward. So he ends up basically nullifying the kill gold that he gave them. And he wasted so much time. Like, there was a 3-hero smoke with the Wraith King. Like they were just wasting all this resources, all this time. And you know, if you looked at the map at the exact same time while that gank was happening, you had CK and the Necrophos back by your like Radiant tier 2 mid, so they weren't getting anything on the map either. So it just feels really rough.
Well, ultimately, Aster.Aries, they end up suffering a kind of rough loss, even though they picked very confidently in the draft itself. We will be seeing whether or not they can make a comeback in a game 2, or if this is a situation where Dandelion Esports Club will fulfill my smugness, fulfill my prediction of them being able to grab the dub here. For now, we are going to be taking a short break, and when we return, game 2 of Dandelion Esports Club versus Aster.Aries right here in the spring tour of the China DPC. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like with you, with you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like I'm with you. With you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel you in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong, I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel I can do whatever I want. I fear no harm when I stare at the sun. I'm feeling so noble with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day, I've been like no way. Now every day you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, Dota World, here to the spring tour of the China DPC, and we are in Division 2 right now. Game 2 is about to commence between Aster.Aries and the side of Dandelio Esports Club. Game 1 went pretty decidedly in favor of Dandelio Esports. So Aster.Aries, a team that was favorites both in the first tour and in this one, will be looking to make the redemption and find a way to that all-important game number 3. I'm your host, Snare for the day, joined by Cryptic and Dragon Drop right now. And gentlemen, before we get into Game 2, there's a big elephant in the room. There's a big problem, right? Ricky, we have to talk about White Album. We were hoping for more. We were expecting more, right? But it didn't really pan out that way, did it?
I mean, part of it is the fact that they just like put him on a Necro instead of a Storm Spirit that game. But like even on his Necrophos, he did good in lane, but then some of the decisions after that, like really did cost him a lot. So maybe he'll bounce back here in game number 2. I think Dandelion has made the perfect decision, which is banning the IO to start this one, because they do not want to deal with this hero at all. They know it's very strong, and so Aster, having first picked this game, do not have that option.
Yep, we saw the power of that first pick IO, so we'll be seeing the power of what the first pick heroes are in this game as we head over into the draft. And drag and drop, this is what we wanted to see last time around, right? This is the hero, the OP one. This combo we've seen wreak havoc in China. Grimstroke, Pangalia, baby, let's go. This is how we're gonna.
I love it. You gotta love it, right? Especially with this combo, because Grimstroke is a bit of a counter to Pangalia. You know, if you can leash him up in that ultimate, then he's not rolling anywhere. But obviously that's gonna be not a problem for Dandelion. And yeah, last game they've shown what they can do. They've shown that they can just play the farm game, play the lanes out very well, and then just transition that into this very solid team fights in the mid game. Like, they're not really shown many problems, many weaknesses there that Aries could have exploited. Yeah. But yeah, there were also draft issues. Like, again, this Necrophos is not a Storm Spirit in a number of different ways, like Ricky said. And it's also one of these heroes where you can put the best player in the world on it, and it's gonna look boring, no matter what. Like, it's gonna look weak when the game is not going well. Like, it's just one of these things. But I'm very convinced that they're gonna be looking for something else here in this game, something that can be a bit more active and proactive, more to the point.
Yeah, certainly when we've seen White Album have successes when he's allowed to be a little bit more proactive and not playing heroes which cannot recover by playing their way out of bad situations. And speaking of playing their way out of bad situations here, Aster.Aries, they're looking towards how to deal with this Pango Ricky, and the option is going to be not just the hard disable of the Fiend's Grip, but going in for the Bloodseeker as well. We used to see this very early on in drafts to try to counteract this Pango. Having both of these heroes involved, is this overkill, or is this exactly what you need to prevent this Pango from beyond having a good game?
I actually think it's fine, like, because the thing is the Bloodseeker's Rupture pretty much always makes Pango very, very, very difficult to play. And then this allows your Bane to kind of focus a different hero, right? Like, he doesn't have to Fiend's Grip the Rolling Thunder as it's going through your team. He can Fiend's Grip a different hero, and that's what makes the Bane super strong. Like, if you don't have to focus this Pango, you can focus maybe, you know, their one position, a hero that does not like to build, you know, or does not like to deal with it. But, you know, problem solved. Dandelion just picking a Baden, and so there's your Dispel. So Fiend's Grip, not nearly as good against this hero, but he does have to focus on his positioning on the Abaddon in this game.
Yeah, positioning super important. And now suddenly Bloodseeker is the only guaranteed way to prevent the Rolling Thunder from being super effective. Well, provided, like you said, the positioning is good. And they just have a super aggressive way to play both sides of the map, right? Presumably this is going to be the 5 position of Baden. So this offlane is looking kind of scary. And I'm not sure if it is... I'm not sure where they want to put this Bloodseeker either just yet for Aster.Aries. What do you feel here, Dragon Drop? Is this the Ulu Bloodseeker super early on, or is it a bit too early to reveal your cards in that way?
Well, there's always going to be some flexibility, just depending on what the team wants to do, but I do expect the Ulu Bloodseeker here for sure. It's not that exploitable in most circumstances in lane. Certainly also if you have a Bane next to it, it can kind of tie up the enemy offlane support. So you can just have the Bloodseeker there, clicking away, keeping self-sustained with the heal that he gets. So it's not that big of a deal here. It would be different if you like first faced other heroes. But there's the puck coming in now, which is a lot more interesting. So they're really getting all of the utility that they can to make sure to stop them from running around.
I'm interested in this ban here, just before we saw the puck come out. I want to ask you about this, Ricky. Why ban Brewmaster when they've already got themselves the Pangalia on the other side? And generally speaking, when Beyond plays heroes, like Brewmaster is one of his highest placed heroes. I think it's like 3rd or something behind Mars, and there's one other hero I'm forgetting right now. But this is peculiar. Why ban Brewmaster here? Did they potentially think that might be ZC Brewmaster going mid?
I think either way, you can take Pango or Brewmaster mid. Like, they're both fairly flexible, and Brewmaster is arguably one of the best offlaners in the moment. it's also really rough to play Bane into. Like, it pretty much makes your game impossible, because he can constantly wake up people from Nightmare. You just have multiple forms of disable to break the Fiend's grip. So there is, you pretty much just take Bane out of the game, which is really rough. In terms of the puck, though, I feel like they might be going a little bit too far into like countering out the Pango here, but I do really like this TA pick, because I was hoping this was going to be an offlane Bloodseeker. This is his only goal this game is really just to rupture the Pangolier, but now that you see the lanes, they go and grab the Gyrocopter.
Yep. Gyrocopter going to be the one to emerge here on the other side. They don't have, obviously, the major power-up of the IO, but Dragon Drop, you mentioned already, having that additional regen is somewhat required for Gyro to play early, and Abaddon can provide that for you, even if not to the same massive degree as the IO does. However, I'm looking at this draft from Aster.Aries, and I'm feeling yet again, like, this draft is one that can certainly do a bit more, but I am a bit worried about this like mid-game timing from them, right? Where they're going to have a lot of setup, but what happens if the TA is not there to reliably dish out this damage? Once we get this BKB on the Gyrocopter, once the fight starts and you've got this massive Rolling Thunder, presume you miss a spell or two, and then suddenly it feels like Aster.Aries don't have the easiest way to contain this team fight yet again from Dandelion.
It's going to come down to whether they can control up the team fight power from the Pangolier and the Grimstroke to some extent. Like, a lot of that is going to come on the puck as well. But again, puck has a lot of other work to do too, like maybe trying to burst on a Gyrocopter, but also trying to prevent ABBA from saving people just with the silence, which is also not easy, of course, because as long as it's ultimate, you can always press it and then go from there. Like, Aries, they have some execution to pull off if they want to win these team fights, for sure.
Yeah,
but I think it's going to be a bit easier. Yeah, I mean, Abaddon is pretty good at keeping people alive, but he does not give the Gyrocopter the same kind of support that an IO does, because he doesn't give him that mana regen. Like, last game we've seen them just roll through the jungle, killing off 3 camps at a time, and then still being full health, full mana, and ready to fight whenever. The Abba does just straight up not provide that.
Oh, I'm loving this ban from the Snapfire here. It does feel like Aster.Aries would really have loved to get those additional globs of damage out. So it seems like they are going to be looking for a 4 position with their last pick here. Not much time remaining with the draft. I would like to see some damage emerge from this position. What do you think, Ricky? Earth Spirit, is that an option? I've seen that a little bit more this patch, and given how much setup they have, it does seem it could easily allow for some massive amounts of magic damage. Or is there something else that they are looking towards in the last 10 seconds of their pick?
They end up just grabbing the Tusk. I think this is perfectly fine. Snowball save is pretty sick. It's also really good for shards here. It's really frustrating to play the Pangolier into that as well. So just more things to just make his life miserable. But overall, I actually don't hate Aster.Aries draft here. Like, they do have a lot of answers for the Pangolier. Like, ZC is going to have like a rough time on the mid lane Pango, but the off-lane Sand King is the thing that I'm most interested in, because Ulu now doesn't have a very free lane. Like, this is a hero that like pretty much instantly breaks refraction, and you have now a really, really good instant catch on the side of Dandelion. So I think once again they've rounded out their draft very well.
Yeah, we saw this the other day when IG played it in the offlane, the Sand King, and it did a phenomenal job that game. I really think this hero is one of the heroes of the patch, and I think we're going to see him a lot more often from the offlane. And going into this game now, they've rounded out the draft with the Sand King, putting the Pango towards the mid lane. Dragon Drop, since they have so many heroes, you know, that they picked ostensibly to deal with the Pango, ZC gonna have at least a much more difficult time than he did in game 1, right? Won't be allowed the same free reign that he had on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I think this game should look a lot more even if Aries can control his Pango. As I said, they have the tools for it. And also the fact that Gyrocopter is not going to be farming as quickly as he did in the last game. And I think Aries should also do well to try and keep that in mind, maybe try and smoke gank into the Gyrocopter a time or two to slow him down further. And then, then the game should look a bit different than game number 1.
Will it be different enough for a victory, though? So a quick prediction before we're going to ride into this one, Dragon Drop. Who do you got for game 2? Aster.Aries or Dandelion?
Let me just flip a coin real quick. I'm going to go with Aries. You guys can cheer for Dandelion again.
All right. You think we're going to get game 3? Ricky, you feel the same?
I don't. I wasn't impressed by Aries last game. I think they definitely struggled a little bit. And so I'm going to go with the 2-0 here from Dandelion. Despite the Pango having a rough game, I think that I think they might get this one back.
Well, I've had faith from Dandelion, and they're already getting themselves into a fray. So, gentlemen, take it away. Game 2, Aster.Aries and Dandelion Esports Club. We've got Drag and Drop. We've got our Cryptic. We've got some Dota. We'll see you later.
2 seconds to battle.
Ulu on a TA try to do that. So yeah, I'm just gonna sit on this rune spot with a melt, and then you have the double melt strike, which is 10 armor reduction, even at level 1, which annihilates anybody, but of course Dandelion. Then they were not born yesterday, you know, they got the sentry down for it.
Yeah, they did. Now, one thing that's funny though is by kind of showing that they saw the TA there, they do give up their ward position, and the sentry is just outside range of the Radiant ward as well. So Red Panda here is going to have no problem taking away their ward in just a moment.
Yeah, chase away the Grimstroke first, and actually
not going for it. Wow. All right, that is shocking. Unless he's using this to block hard camp or something, but
I mean, he has two sentries.
Yeah, he should have absolutely dewarded. They pinged it out too. Like TA pinged it like multiple times, being like, "Yeah, there's a ward right here, clearly." So
he just hates free money.
Yeah,
that's the only conclusion that you can draw. Yeah. It's also maybe that you need one to have both of them for the lane, because one of them might get dewarded here once Grimstroke plants the zone down. Because Sand King going for that level 1 Sandstorm, very annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something you do have to be able to deal with. It's like anytime you play against like a Weaver in the lane, you always have to make sure to like ward or sentry out the lane a ton. So same idea here against the Sand King.
ZC in mid, just under the tier 1 tower. Like, what the hell is he doing there? Just no fear in the whatsoever.
I don't feel like this matchup mid's actually that bad here for the Pango.
Hang on, bottom.
Oh, bottom lane. Red Panda is taking a ton of damage. I mean, pushing that level 2 advantage.
Yeah, to the max, almost getting that kill. Not an easy feat on the Bane, too.
Yeah, he did have like a Mango to work with, so he could have gone for like a Nightmare play, but confident enough that he wasn't going to die.
Yeah.
Salves up his carry, and back to farming they go. We haven't really talked about the off lane, I suppose. We can maybe mention that one for a bit here.
Yeah.
We've got, of course, the off lane Bloodseeker, which we saw come out of the draft. We've got the Tusk here as well, and they're going to be going up against the Gyrocopter and the Abaddon. So, oh, mid lane, actually, what's going on? Or, I'm sorry, bottom lane. Dude, they're still just fighting. This is just going to be a bloodbath. Beyond, and he's going to live just barely. Oh.
Do they have any... They don't have any salves. There's none coming on the courier either, so Beyond needs to be a bit careful going forward. Then, that being said, Udo also no real health to work with to provide extra damage, so this is gonna be one of these things where we're gonna look somewhere else and then the kill's gonna happen on bottom that shouldn't have happened.
Oh, we just got a salve delivered, so Ulu's coming back. He's fine.
Yeah. All good.
Red Panda's close enough to his tower. He's fine.
We're all fine here. Perfect. Then we can maybe talk about top, because I do see some kill potentially as well as soon as yeah, I mean, Tusk is level 2. He's got the eye shots, he's got the tag team. So together with Bloodseeker Bloodright, if you find the right angle, you can click anybody down. Certainly the Abba.
Yeah, there's a lot of lane shenanigans happening here. Really good pulls from the Abaddon, not letting that Tusk get that one.
Yep. So far so even here, Summer. Getting all the last that he wants, but so is our Bloodseeker friend. Similar story in mid.
Very similar to what we saw in Game 1's lane stage, right? Like both teams basically playing super conservative in the lanes, just making sure that, you know, they just get the CS that they want. Bottom lane, they finally go aggressive onto the TA here, and they just turn around, they take down Beyond. He just gets slapped by Ulu with that Meld Strike, and he does have a Stroke of Fate in one. He's going to throw it, but doesn't connect.
Ulu living life on the edge right there, but then again he has another fraction charge, so can keep yourself alive a little bit longer with that. And there's another salve coming through.
Dude, I hate playing support in this meta. They need to make salves non-shareable.
I know, right?
Just make all regen not shareable outside of tangos and clarities, and then like make the actual regen that they give better, because it is so dumb playing like a 5 where you just buy 5 salves for the lane stage. Speaking of the 5, Bane in a little bit of trouble. He's pretty fast though, and Sand King not quite so. So Red Panda will just get soloed there by the Grimstroke instead.
Yeah, could not buy enough time for another Brain Sap to come off cooldown. If he bought a couple more seconds, that Grimstroke might have been in a bit of trouble in turn, but it was not to be. But yeah, I do agree with you. Like, whenever there's some way of support to directly help carries, carries will yell for it and be like, "Wah, give me a self and another self."
I can't believe my support didn't buy me the 4th self in this lane.
Yeah.
Dude. That is like every carry I see in this patch, just like complaining that their support didn't buy the 4th salve in the lane stage. Meanwhile, he's like fighting under their tower, like taking unnecessary damage. Oh, speaking of unnecessary damage, Ulu, Bro Strike, nice Nightmare from the Bane though. All right,
nice mare.
He's been on point with it there, yeah.
All right. Oh, level 6 in mid, fighting for the rune that's spawning top, and so it's amazing. And
Tusk came bottom, big fight.
Wow.
They managed to take down the TA, but yeah, overall, not a great exchange for Aster.Aries there. Like you bring a 3rd hero and you still lose the carry, and mid lane you lose White Album as well.
Yeah. Oh, I was looking at that initially, and they were fighting for the rune spot, and then the rune spawned top. Who actually ended up getting it? Yeah, Abba. He was just standing there, guarding it. Supposed to take it by White Album, but he then gets caught out. That's a bit problematic. You kind of want your Puck to have a good game, good start. And he's really not having that right now. It's 400 gold away from ZC at the moment.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're still top of the net worth on the Gyrocopter, which, I mean, he doesn't have the IO to accelerate his farm as much like we saw last game, but he still, it's a Gyro. Like, this hero does farm pretty dang quick in comparison. Bottom lane, another fight breaking out. The heals coming in from the Abad, and it might actually keep Grimstroke alive. Never mind. Tag team comes through there from the Tusk. Able to find that one, looking for Beyond, but this is a tanky boy. He's got that Ring of Health. Where's the rest of his net worth, actually? Is that just it? He's just got Soul Ring, Ring of Health, I guess. Yeah, that is it.
Yeah, I think that checks out. The timely rotations there from the Abba, not enough to keep his friend alive, because Aaron also showed up again. I always love to see it, you know, when a Tusk gets to be active like that, when he gets to secure some kills here and there. Kind of out of mana, that does have a clarity to work with.
We've yet to really see either of the mid laners get too active, right? Like, the Pangolier is super scary right now. So is the Puck. Like, they both have just a ton of spell damage. Puck's actually itemizing for the Witchblade. ZC is going for, looks like a Maelstrom. So, I actually like this a little bit more in terms of, like, Pingler's itemization. Like, he just needs to be able to actually farm up some like really important defensive items this game, primarily the Lincoln Spear. Eventually, I mean, he may even need a BKB. It's hard to say. Like, you guys, you can just go roll up. But yeah, it's not an easy game for him either.
Oh, it's rolling now. Nightmare safe for the moment. Red Panda should die. That being said, the Brainstorm comes out as ZZ actually focusing onto Aaron off to the side. Spain will be able to walk away. Aaron slowed down the White Album. A bit of a counter perhaps, and Tusk is finally dead here. But the coil inside that rupture inside of the Blood Bright, and okay, that's a lot of burst damage in return though. Bloodseeker better run away. They just don't have the burst. What is happening?
2 points miscoil, 2 points aphotic shield, 3 point shield crash. That's a lot of damage reduction. So,
damn.
Yeah, I mean, they dump right onto this Pangolier, trying to do as much as they can, but I mean, he had like, what, 34% just flat damage reduction, plus the aphotic shield, plus the heals. Yeah, that was really, really well done there by Dandelion just to keep that Pango alive. Super important that he does not die there.
I guess while they were squabbling in the mid, not getting any kills, I guess Tusk ended up dying, but TA also got the kill on Sand King down bottom. So, I guess Ulu happy about that situation overall. But,
yeah, that is surprising. I don't know how that happens. I feel like Sand King shouldn't die solo to this hero, but yeah, I guess he just stayed under a sentry at low HP. Didn't realize it was there. The other thing too is when you're playing against Templar Assassin in lane, once she gets level 6, you do have to start investing into sentries because of traps. Like the trap damage is not insignificant, and the slow is so big.
Oh yeah. Takes a little while to build up, but when you have these traps prepared, it's impossible to walk away. Yeah, speaking of walking away,
they might be considering a push here on the tower, but for now it's just Bloodseeker. Beyond kind of just sitting back. Level 4 Sandstorm does have his boots now, at least. Still has that Vanguard queued though, so he's not that tanky still. They are smoking bottom though. This is exactly into the TA. Ulu actually don't have vision on him quite yet.
It's too late. Oh, yeah, jumping forward. There's a stun. Help is on the way, but a little bit late here. They should still be able to bring down Ulu, surely. Well, link together, another
snowball save him.
Oh, he can.
The snowball
can't.
Oh, because of that soulbind. Yeah, really smart play there from the Grimstroke, anticipating that TP save.
Yeah.
So if he tries to get in range to go for the snowball save there onto the TA, he gets instantly soulbound, so you can't go for the snowball play. Ooh, top lane. Cheeky play there with the Tumbler Toy. This item is so broken. I actually don't know how this is in the game. Like, this item just changes everything.
It is pretty sick. And then classic burst strike into Inkswell follow-up combo with the Epicenter. Yeah, plenty of damage to punish the Bloodseeker. Yeah, it's just... yeah. It's always nice to see these kind of movements from the team, right? Yeah. You see one kill on one side of the map, then the immediate TP into the immediate follow-up kill somewhere else. You're just taking advantage of like the psychology a little bit, because Aries were like, oh yeah, they just killed my friend down bottom. I'm gonna be fine. I can take this extra creep wave. But then that extra creep wave also spells your own doom because of this quick movement. So Dandelion still running circles around them at the moment, and this is a bit problematic. At the very least, Ulu has. Yeah, I mean, he's still farming, he's still getting CS. That one kill is not going to be enough to keep him down forever, so he's on top of his team's net worth, very close to the gyro. They're going to need to rely on him to do damage going forward. Oh, what?
Oh no, Coil missed in the mid lane.
How did that
They were
miss?
smoked and trying to get to ZC. There is like a camera, like if basically they're like, I've seen this happen a lot with people who play puck, because like if your camera angle isn't like right over the like reticle when you drop it, it looks like it'll latch onto them, but because the angle of the camera is like skewed, it doesn't end up latching. It's very weird. I've seen it happen a few times. It looks like it should have caught the Pango there, but it didn't. And now they're gonna turn into another kill on the Ulu here potentially.
Well, seen the same thing before. Red Panda's hanging around. We don't quite have the same sort of follow-up now. Snowball is there, trying to turn this. Ulu Yeah, ZZ actually in a bit of trouble now with the yeah, with the rupture on top of him. He will fall beyond. Oh, Kingsville hits again. This is crazy how well they're able to use it by White Album with the Indus rune actually getting himself safe. Ulu though, it's a different story, barely able to make his way out of the Sandstorm. They really can't fight in this. The whole super low health.
Destroyed by the Sandstorm. The Sand King's damage numbers after this fight are going to be absolutely absurd. He did all of the damage in this fight. They just stood inside Sandstorm. They took a full epicenter to the face. Like, yeah, look at the damage. He did more damage than the entirety of Ares combined in that fight.
Yeah.
And they still somehow only came out with a 1-1.
All of the damage was distributed on all of Ares' heroes, right? They were all sitting at like 20% HP at most.
Yeah.
So good of them to get out there, I suppose. Getting that kill.
Yeah, I mean, if they had another stun there, they would have just gotten wiped.
Yeah. Oh, Park actually silenced up.
Nice, nice winning rift. Well played.
Nope,
so,
the tower,
what do you think could have happened here?
Happened where? Down bottom? Or?
For the side of Aster.Aries, because it kind of feels like a similar situation as last game, right? Where they kind of just played like a little bit of a static lane, and then now they're starting to fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but in this game, like the conditions are a lot different. Like they don't have this Necrophos that's just very hard to play from behind. They don't have Gyrocopters getting completely out of control, and yeah, they also have a carry that can that has a lot more reliable damage output in the TA if you're at this stage, right? You're sitting on near the top of the net worth chart, just like Gyro. Like Gyro's not getting away from you. You've got your Desolator ready to go. It's gonna come down to more of these kind of team fights. Like if Dandelion can force them to fight around the Sand King, around that center burst strike, Sandstorm, like all of this damage output that we've seen from him, then they're gonna end up winning these fights. But if Ares can be the ones getting the jump on this Pangolier with the rupture like they've been doing, and get the initial advantage.
Smoking mid.
Ooh, yep.
Oh, there's the blink reveal from beyond. So sick.
Damn, yeah. And it certainly seems that Dandelion, they're just taking the initiative. And that's the main difference, and that's the thing that carried over from game one, that Ares is just too passive now, even when the game doesn't call for it, or they're not ready for these movements. Dandelion, definitely feels like they're holding the reins here in this game.
Yeah, they managed to get like top tier 1, but you still lose mid, which is huge. You get the kill there onto the Bloodseeker mid as well. But, I mean, they're just playing super well around their timings. Like, they get this blink reveal out from beyond, it secures them a big kill. You have this Desolator on TA, right, that has just been recently finished, but they haven't really been able to do much with it. She still needs to be able to get to this BKB. And it's going to be a little bit before that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like they're finally giving up. You might see them fight. TA's just going into the Roche pit.
Okay. Yeah, this could work out.
If they find someone big, like if they get beyond, it's a huge kill. But he's not an easy kill. He's pretty tanky.
Yeah. And he blinks away. What?
Oh my god.
No, it's TA just doing that shit, you know? It's just, oh yeah, you're right there, right next to each other, and I'm just still gonna blink out because I've got refraction, but Stanking is no such luxury.
Man, he just had the barrier active long enough to get that blink back off cooldown. That was really sick.
Now, like, the moment Dandelion is aware and in position, there's no way that Ares can take Aegis. They cannot fight around Roshan, not with Burst Strike. And the Pangolier is just one of his favorite places to fight, I'm sure.
Absolutely. So speaking of Pango, he's actually gone ahead and canceled going for the Maelstrom, and he is just rushing that Lincoln Sphere this game. to help prevent the rupture, which I like a lot. I mean, there's not a lot of single targeted spells on the side of Aries. It's pretty much just going to be that Fiend's Grip and the rupture that comes out once he's in Rolling Thunder, and stopping one of them is huge.
Yep. Of course, the DD in front of the Roche Pit is Dandelions actually making their way into it, just staring Aries. All right, you don't want to fight us here, but we're gonna make you.
I mean, you have to fight into this Sandstorm, into the Rolling Thunder from the Pango. He has his Lincoln Sphere completed. Summer falling low.
There it is. Aegis in the hands. Burn Strike on top of Bloodseeker. He does have a BKB. He has to use it to run away. Red Panda does not have that same luxury. And the Rocket's still following. Will be soaked up by the rust of BKB. But they're just so fast and they're so powerful. Let's see with the double kill. Coilon too. This is just to prevent any further chase.
Yeah, I mean, you just used Coil for what? Like, just to hold Abaddon and Grimstroke down for a moment. But, I mean, it's not the world's longest cooldown, but it's just like a guarantee now that you can't fight for another minute here on the side of Aries. And they do have the BKB done on the TA, which is pretty significant, but I don't feel like she's able to stand her ground in these fights either.
Yeah. Wonder if they know that Ulu is down here.
And they're definitely looking for it. They know that these creep camps are being farmed, so she has to be here somewhere.
Alright, here we go.
I mean, that refraction popped instantly.
It's taking so much damage. Now, Epicenter, they're just gonna go. Why the hell not? Oh, BKB comes out with the refraction, and they get the counter kill on the Grimstroke here, but at what cost? Still gonna lose that, and the Tusk.
That is a yikes.
Yeah. Critical yikes, in fact.
Yeah, BKB reveal, you get a Grimstroke, you end up just dying anyway. Like, your TA is definitely like your... It's really your only damage dealer in the game at the moment. Like, your Bloodseeker is basically just a rupture as he has BKB. Your Puck has Witchblade, which is, you know, pretty significant, but not that great against heroes, you know, like Pango, like Gyrocopter with BKB, like Abaddon, right? Like, there's so many different dispels that they have in different items to actually try and keep these heroes alive beyond. Scout's TP's bottom, so you know they're coming to defend. But I think Dandelion wants them to defend. They've got an Aegis.
Yeah, they're perfectly happy to just do. Yeah, keep the pressure up.
He's TPing down here. Okay.
If you're Aries, how does the perfect team fight look like? I guess you initiate with the Puck, you silence beyond. Try and kill the Sanking.
It's not easy. He's still so tanky, and with the if you don't actually silence up the Abaddon as well, they can do a lot. ZC would be a huge kill. They do manage to get him with the coil.
It punched the
creep,
but yeah,
punch there, but you get the kill.
That was a flex.
Anyway.
That was a flex. Don't even need the punch as Epicenter though. They're still hanging around to fight. Bane will fall immediately.
I mean, overall, you're still pretty happy about this on Aries.
Again, Snowball, Grimstroke. Makes some of this perhaps in a couple of seconds here, but Aaron, yeah, he's in down for the count. Some buybacks coming out there from the Bane as Lutzig, he's just fighting, he's just clicking and healing back up. Now the fight's over for Dandelion.
Yeah, this is like when you've stuck around way too long. Like, you committed Epicenter, you didn't have your Pangolier, who's arguably one of your biggest teamfight heroes, and they still tried to force the fight into Aster.Aries, where, you know, they have all their cores alive. And they had buyback available as well. So, yeah, you managed to get two. You got both supports. You forced their buyback that cost you all 5 of your heroes and your Aegis. I mean, this is...
Yeah.
You stuck around way too long, and this gives Aster.Aries actually a pretty big chance to come back into this game.
Yeah, without the Pango there, without the sinking epicenter burst strike combos, really, like all three of Ares' cores could actually do damage. Could actually start right clicking, and then it's proved to be a little bit too much there. Also exactly kind of fight that Bloodseeker also wants to take, you know, you start to drop low, it's like, ah no, just kidding, I'm getting a big heal because I get the kill on some random fool. And now that's a big boost for Ares here. Net worth straight back to the 0 line, 0 mark.
The big thing was XP. Like, they were over 5,000 XP behind and pretty much evened out that score, so right now, when they're hitting their mid-game timings, having those extra levels is going to be huge. And the smoke, I mean, finding Beyond would be a nice one, but they don't see him. So they're going to head bottom as they see both Summer as well as SJ underneath these wards. Rupture? But, yeah, not much coming out of it there. Instead, they're going to go ahead and take a fight in the triangle.
Red Panda's fallen, Ares. Oh, he's just clicking with the BKB, forcing Pangolier out. But now it's the time for some. He's blocked up by the ice shots. The Epicenter is still connecting on top of the burst strike on White Album. He's a puck this time. He survives. He gets out. 1-for-1 trade. A lot of spells being used.
It's actually so wild that, like, this fight, like, so many spells were dropped, but you literally only get Grimstroke, you only get Bane. Puck barely surviving is huge there for the side of Ares, but yeah, a little bit of miscommunication as ZC was pretty late showing up to that engagement. Like, I think had he been there right at the beginning, it could have been different, but either way, not that bad. Still managing to farm up pretty well here on both teams' cores, but the Pango, I think once he gets like some really big items, which he just grabbed a roll up, so this is a huge buff to him.
Yep. So these very cool spells just allows you to just chain stun. Like, you've got the roll up, you've got the blink dagger. If you play that well, you can chain stun a target, like the puck, for example, a very high value target to just try and bring down. It's so much easier with this extra utility, but Ulu.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah.
Up for the chain stun as well. Yeah, he is super dead. And of course, the Soul Ring, it stops the Tusk once again.
What a guy.
That is about as bad as it could get.
It's fine, guys. Reinforcements. Oh shit, I'm dead too.
Yeah. Like, this is basically this, like, they played that movement so well. I think they were trying to find a hero in the triangle, right? They had the ward that they like placed up on the high ground, immediately try and scout. They scanned it as well, didn't see anything, but the ward ended up revealing the TA coming back down from the lane. So dropping that ward anyway ended up netting them a massive win there. 3,000 XP, almost 2,000 gold swing for themselves as well.
Also like this movement straight towards the mid lane without even taking down this tier 1 tower, because that would have refreshed the glyph, and that would have slowed down this tier 2 push, and that would have slowed down their ability to now open up the outposts.
So absolutely. They had catapult too, so taking advantage of it while they could.
Yeah. Continuing to just get the most out of every situation here, despite this little bit of a setback in that bottom lane fight. Didn't really break the spurts.
Yeah, now you have a Gyrocopter who is holding the top net worth spot, and Pango taking number 2. And this is exactly my concern, is the Pangolier is going to become a massive threat as this game continues to go on. You've got Roshan respawning in just about 10 seconds. So this will be Roach number 2, Aegis, and Shard if they manage to scout it, which, Grimstroke, unfortunate for him, is going to leave the pit at the worst time.
Unfortunate. 3 Aegis, 3 Shard. There's 2 Dire Observer wards here on the side of the map. The one is obvious, the other one is not. Oh, that is actually Big Burst Strike right on top of the task. He's just dead. Ouch.
Yeah, his life for an Observer ward, basically. Which, I mean, getting rid of that ward is huge. They just plant another one, though, and they go right into Roche, since it has respawned and now playing down a hero. It's not going to be an easy offensive play here from Ares. I don't know how they actually take this fight, but we will see.
Solo, I guess? Okay, yeah, absolutely. White Album doing fuck things here. A lot of damage being done towards Summer here. The blink in, frustrating completed from Ulu. And that's a dead gyrocopter. Now it's down to ZC, controlling people up. It's damage though. Beyond has to burst strike, channel up the epicenter. Actually, Summer buying back into this to turn the fight around. No more Bikini, no refraction, no more nothing here. Ulu is dead. Cost him quite a bit.
That's like a game-winning buyback, actually.
Yeah.
The fight probably was still going to go their way anyway, but... Oh, they actually find Tusk as well.
Yeah, he's very dead. No way to blink out after the snowball here because of the sandstorm. Getting a bunch of these tier 3 items. Got Aegis. A clear path through mid lane as well. There's a glyph to slow it down. So Ares will be fine and have all the heroes for the next team fight, but yet another one of these situations where Dandelion just seemed to make the right choices.
Yeah, this may end up being a farming Aegis, like no joke, because they do have the buyback that was spent on the gyrocopter. So they might just wait till like his next really big item, the Satanic, to be finished up, which he's close. He's really not that far away. But once he has it, it'll be a lot more easy for him to survive. Like that last fight, it was a TA plus the Bloodseeker, just all in committing on top of this hero, and there was no real way of saving him. But once he has a Satanic, he can kind of opt to just save himself. So,
yep. I think let's see what happens to Yabba there, whether there was a shield involved or not, or whether it was just broken through very quickly. Yeah, once the Satanic comes out, he's going to become unkillable. Absolutely right on that. There's no inklings of Skadis or Shivas to kind of prevent that heal from coming in.
And actually, he's got the butterfly queued up after that as well. It's not that easy for them to counter. Like Bloodseeker doesn't really want to have to build an MKB, neither does the Templar Assassin. So you have like pretty much way more effective like HP, and you have the Satanic to boot, so it just makes this hero that much more difficult to deal with. White Album is going to try and just clear up the bottom lane here, but they're starting to put some pressure on this bottom tier 2, which they do need to get. To take mid and bot, it does give you the option to just pressure high ground very easily.
Yeah. White Album living a dangerous life, but he's doing important work here.
They're banging the drums on the backside there. They're hoping someone comes to defend.
Yeah. They know better than that.
Nice fort. Kept Catapult alive. That was good enough.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah.
Combination of the Abaddon as well as the fortification, just dumping heals and sustain into that Catapult so that it doesn't die.
If only my supports would give me the same love that they just showed that Catapult. That would be nice.
They've itemized so well on the side of Dandelion in this game. Like they've got the Lotus Orb done, they just finished up the Satanic, Solar Crest on your Abaddon, like opting not to actually go for like the Holy Locket, which is super surprising, right? Because it's just one of those heroes that's really strong with it, but instead opts for a Solar Crest. Just wants to be able to dump more armor, more survivability, more damage even onto the Gyrocopter. And it's going to go a long way this game.
Yeah. Makes sense, especially against the TA. We'll just try and prevent that armor from going down to 0. It's makes a huge difference. Would go down to 0 at this point. You've got yeah, 11 armor reduction from a single meld plus a Desolator. It gets pretty damn close. Alright, TP's down bottom. Alright. It's a takedown on Buck, but lift it up. Can he get out? Can he be stunned? He can be stunned, and now things are dangerously working out. What? I have no idea. He's dead. That's
just a
what
perfectly timed blink. Yeah. Perfectly timed blink from ZC there, just to make sure that as soon as that phase shift ends, he gets the kill. And that's a dead puck for 80 seconds. He ended up opting to go Daga in this game after the Kaya Sanj to just try and do as much magic damage as possible and just burst down these supports. But the only hero that's really burstable is going to be that Grimstroke, and he got him. He did it. You know, mission accomplished, I suppose, but
we got him, guys.
That's a heavy cost.
It'll be at least one set of racks, but Dandelion, they know, they saw that Dagon, they know that there's no way his buyback on top of that. The way this game is gone, but still playing it safe. Melee racks, and then refocusing. The Aegis, yeah, plus timeout, so that's why.
Yeah. No reason to force that one. Like I said, I didn't think they were going to really try and do a whole lot with that Aegis. Just try and farm up, extend their lead a little bit more. It's not a 10k lead. We always talk about how important every single game of the DPC is. So if you're Dandelion here and you know you have this advantage, the last thing you want to do is just give it away.
Yeah. As your games prove that you're forced to be reckoned with, and they're certainly doing that. Daedalus up on a Temple Assassin, so damage output is something that Ulu can provide. Just a matter of getting on top of somebody. It's gonna try again. Smoke up as 4, TP in from White Album. It's gonna try and bait things out a little bit.
He's now got a Lincoln's queued up. He got Burrow Strike one too many times this game.
Okay, here we go.
Does come through. It's just spider legs right over the shards. Feels very good.
Spider legs and burst strike for good measure, you know, just in case. Yeah. That's the target that you do not want to find.
Yeah, it's like that moment where you're like, I'm pretty sure this interaction works this way, but I'm not risking it. You know? You're just like, I'm getting over these shards.
Yeah. Alright, so that smoke didn't work, but at least they didn't get punished. But the smoke might punish them. Butterfly completed on Gyrocopter.
They're gonna connect head to head here.
Smoke. The coil catches a couple. White Album goes in. Aaron as well. Aries clicking away, but so is Summer. The Fiends could need cancel it, and they do. Gus with the right click. Summer with the satanic unkillable death machine in the front lines. 2 buybacks forced out though from Dandelion to make this fight work. Yes, Burst Strike off to the right. They're bringing down the Bloodseeker.
Double buyback from the side of Dandelion. I mean, this team plays so confident. It's exactly what we saw at the Roche pit. Like they kind of have like a relatively even fight, but it's still kind of going their way. And then they just say, screw it, like buy back the cores. We are like destroying this fight, and we're gonna turn it into an objective. Last time it was Roche, now it's tier 3 bottom. And now that you have this Sand King alive, you have the Grimstroke alive, it's so much more difficult to get on top of this Gyrocopter.
It's again one of the 2 catapults also surviving. Maintain this push very easily here, and there's a basher on Pango, burst strike, a little bit off the mark here. SJ still alive, and now Spark Silence not burst down. Dead for 90 seconds.
That is Soulbind. Yeah, he got bash. He got silenced into Soulbind into bash, and yeah, that is very rough. Not much you can do about that one.
It's not game because Dandelion, they're making smart decisions, they're not making rash decisions. That's evident time and time again. So with the tier 2 still going up top, they'll back off after getting the objective, immediately moving on to just spread out across map, get a bit of farm going, and then regrouping again to bring down this last lane.
I mean, you have so much on the Pango now. Like, this hero is one of like the most ridiculous heroes late game once he has items. Like, if you can afford to go to the Aghanim Scepter build, it is ridiculous. And he has the Basher completed. He ends up going for the Rolling Thunder cooldown at 25 as opposed to the Swashbuckle cooldown, which I'm a little bit surprised by that, just because he has like the Ag Basher combo. But either way, Rolling Thunder now basically spammable, so be sure to be happy about that.
Yeah, so it's got the extra 3-second duration from level 15. So Not a long downtime on that. So they get the CO2 for free, no way that Aries fight for that. At least Puck did get his buy back. At least he had the money for it briefly, and did he spend it on something? Maybe level 2 Dagon? Not sure. He's missing 450 gold now. And in any case.
Radiant scanning Roshan. They're going to be a little disappointed to find out that it actually hasn't spawned yet, and Bane. Trouble.
Snowball. Puck just trying to get out of the supports and just nowhere for them to go. It's just...
Yeah, into the hands of a DD Gyro. That's where they're going. And now they're going to go check Roche once again, and it will be up this time. So lucky Dandelion.
Oh, well.
Aegis Cheese and a free Aghanim Scepter, surely to go the way of, I would say, Sand King here at the extra Burrow Strike range. Otherwise, you can do some fun stuff with Abaddon. They are going to put it on Abaddon. Okay. This Ags is really broken. This is one of the best Aghanim Scepters in the game, and the only reason it's balanced is because this hero doesn't farm. But yeah, he buys Holy Locket immediately. I was like, if he just gets a Holy Locket, I'm not sure if you know, you can just walk into Fountain and it just heals your whole team. So this is nuts. This ability is so cool.
Alright, so spamming miscalls automatically whenever your friends take damage.
Yeah, so he has like the miscoil heal talent. He now has Holy Locket, which amplifies that by an additional 30%. And now anytime someone takes 525 damage, they get miscoiled. So it's borderline like 80% or more damage, like effective damage reduction in a 1600 AoE during borrowed time, which also lasts 9 seconds. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Absolutely redonkulous. If they even needed to. Okay, that's a lot of damage towards the Gyrocopter. He is disarmed. He's still healing up though, because why the hell not?
Pop Satanic to top himself off.
Lots of damage from Ulu. He's still flicking.
And
beyond. Oh no. Borrow time comes through. Blink Burst Strike over on the Temple Assassin, and then just gonna call it. There was a Fiend's Grip on Sanking that immediately pushed off by the Aeon Disc as well.
Nothing at all. Like it's so funny. Like he kind of just like stood in the center of his team, pressed R, and TA attacked someone, and their health did not go down at all during the several attacks. So yeah, that feels pretty good. Do we have a anime intro snare over here? What's going on, man?
Yes, that was exactly according to plan. I saw this future. I saw this outcome. We could see what was going to happen. Absolutely incredible coming in from Dandelion Esports. And despite the fact, right, that on the side of Aster.Aries, they went all in to try and deal with that Pangolier, despite the fact that there was increased priority on that hero. And you would imagine that, okay, we often saw that usually you'd pick this hero mid, he gets massively counterpicked, cool, you shift him to pos 5, pos 4. This time the opposite happens, and Dragon Drop, they still take this in a pretty decisive fashion. And at the beginning, it looked like Aster.Aries might have a bit of a way back, but once the team fight started rolling around, it just felt like the execution of Dandelion a little bit too clean today here.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, Zetsi had 2 deaths. Both of them were on the back of these Bloodseeker ultimates, the Ruptures. But then you got the Lincoln Sphere, and that became impossible. Like, we've not seen, I don't think, single good Fiend's Grip from the Bane, so he didn't really find a way into it. And Tusk did a few things early on, but ultimately not enough to really start snowballing them, pun intended. And yeah, this entire game, Dandelion felt like they got the number. They were in complete control of the game. It was a bit of a stumble this time at the very least, down in that bottom fight where they got wiped. But besides that, like, they were the ones dictating the pace. They were like, all right, we have Sanking, we're gonna go on you now, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, speaking of the lack of impact from that Bane Elemental, on the other side for Dandelion Esports, the support play that we saw from them yet again was really impressive. But Ricky, this seemed like the scariest game to play Grimstroke into. The soulbind combinations that we kept seeing from him, almost pitch perfect and almost always perfectly positioned to catch the correct hero. Tianming with this 4-position Grimstroke, pretty sure we're going to see more of this in future times, but just how on earth how do they do this, right? Where even not having a hero with hypermobility like the Monkey King, they still end up winning the vision advantage against another hero like Tusk.
I mean, part of it just comes down to the initiation potential from Dandelion. Like, you just have Sand King who can pretty much always go in. Like, the Puck has to be a little bit more timid with their initiation. So if you don't have that vision to start it off, like, Puck doesn't feel as safe just diving into the enemy team, right? Whereas, like, Sand King, he can do that 100%. He's got Lotus Orb, he's got a Yules, he's got an Abaddon behind him, he's got a Grimstroke with a Shard. And he knows he has a Pango that can follow him up as well. So, I mean, there's no real good way for Aster.Aries to start these fights this game. And Dandelion, if they see a hero, they're just going to go for it.
Yep, they kept going. Dragon Drop was mentioning it earlier. They had perpetual aggression where possible here. And being backed up by this Abaddon, able to clear out the few times that these stuns would actually land flush. And Ulu, man, oh man, did Ulu just have a rough time. Continually, it's either Beyond is jumping on you with the Grimstroke Inkswell, or it's going to be ZC. And then eventually, it becomes easy enough for them to just walk at you and kill you anyway. And all of the fights that we saw never really felt super impactful unless there were major mistakes. And even fights like this, you'd think that, oh great, everything's about to turn. This game's about to get so much better for us. But Dandelion Esports not afraid here, Dragon Drop, to utilize the buybacks on these cores. Several times throughout the game we saw it, and when they return with these heroes, look at the impact immediately had on the map when they do.
That's an important thing to flag. Just because these buybacks, they show that they understand the game, they understand the position in the game and in these team fights. And just being able to make that call confidently, saying, alright, we're gonna buy back, and then we're gonna come out better for it. It's not gonna be one of these situations where it's gonna bite us in the ass. So being able to make that call very quickly and confidently is so important. It makes them look very smart when it works out. You know, I would have said something different if the fight just ended and they're like, oh, I guess we bought back now. Well, didn't get anything done, but that was never the case. It's not an easy call to make, but they always made it in the right times in this game.
They not only made the buyback calls at the right times, but just how they utilize resources in general on the map here, Ricky. The itemization that they went for as well. It was similar to game one, where at the right time is when the items would emerge. But on the other side, for Aster.Aries, it kind of felt like there was, how do I phrase it? It felt like they were always just chasing the game and chasing that one panacea. They're like, okay, this one next fight is going to help us out. This one item is going to change everything for us. But that moment never came. And when you can see a team that they don't have a plan beyond that next moment, you can sort of see that the strategy of how they move around the map is always, it always feels like they're just doing one thing, but that doesn't necessarily build into a winning situation overall for the team.
Yeah, honestly, one thing to commend Dandelion on is that they played their item reveals super well. Like from the very first Blink Dagger reveal, it netted them a massive kill, or a massive 2 kills in the mid lane. And then, you know, their rotations as a squad were just always on point. Like they didn't really miss a single smoke gank this game. You know, every single time they went to find like these heroes, they just like knew exactly where they were going to be able to find, you know, the big kills on Aster.Aries, whether that be the Bloodseeker, the Puck, or even the TA. Like they did it multiple times this game, and yeah, they just had Aries' number. Like that's really what it comes down to. Like Dandelion just played a cleaner game from start to finish in both game 1 and game 2, and I think some of it comes down to itemization. Some of it probably comes down to like play calling specifically. So whoever's doing the play calling on Dandelion on this squad right now, props to them, dude. They did a great job.
Absolutely a great job. Some experienced players, of course, on both teams. The one side, you might have such luminary names such as Red Panda on the side of Aster.Aries. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for them. And it seems that the teams who cut their teeth in this Division 2, players like Shylock, players like Tianming, players like ZC, they're the ones that are going to be walking away with the victory on the day. And that's a great way to start off their career, right? Here in Division 2, get your first win on the board against one of the harder teams. But after we've seen this Dragon Drop, do we still believe Aster.Aries is one of the harder teams? Because I'll be honest, based on what we saw today versus, say, a team like Sparking Arrow Gaming, I'd give them the edge here over Aster.Aries. Obviously, Dandelion has the edge over them. So are they now looking for a mid-table finish rather than staring down promotion or competing for that as they expected?
I think it's a distinct possibility. I mean, it's got to be a bit careful here, and I always like to hedge my bets when making this kind of analysis. But because it is still very early, right? This is the first game that we've seen from them, and there's always just a chance that this is. Sometimes you just have a bad day, Sometimes you just suck at Dota, and you play 5 games in a row, you lose all of them, and that's just the way it is sometimes, even for pro players. So reserve judgment until a little bit later, but just judging by how they played today, you don't see them advancing if they keep playing like this. Because we've got Dandelion, we've got IG in this bracket, right?
Yep.
Just because of that.
We will have to definitely see if Aster.Aries can pick it up over the course of the next several weeks. But for now, it is Dandelion Esports Club walking away covered in glory and much happier with their own performance. The first victory going to be a launching pad for them, and let's see how deep they can go into the tournament. However, for now, because of this quick 2-0 sweep that Dandelion Esports were able to claim, we have quite an extended break before we move over onto Division 1. This is the only Division 2 action for the day here. Next up on Division 1, we have Vici Gaming taking on the side of LBZS, some other squads which we should be paying very close attention to in their journeys throughout this particular season. I know a lot of our talents think that Vici might be one of these teams relegated. It's a bit of a tough one, but we'll see how that game itself pans out. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break. Before we go out, though, before we do, I mentioned earlier that we are doing Fresh Fridays. As you can see, everybody's out here dripping pretty hard. Ricky, what is the inspiration for this particular outfit? How did you come up with the bumblebee drip for the day?
Okay, so fun fact, I actually bought this shirt exclusively for the North American DPC last season when Black and Yellow was announced, and I was like trying to stand for Black and Yellow back then. And then they beat EG, and I was like, I'm the smartest person in the world. I bought a Black and Yellow shirt, and then they beat EG, and now Black and Yellow is not that same team anymore. So now it's just a nice checkered shirt.
I mean, it suits your skin perfectly, so it's a beautiful checkered shirt. And drag and drop, what you got for us? Where did the Divine Rapier drip come from?
Yeah, the Rapier was a gift from a friend who had them made, Colin Bashaw. I got that at, was it tier 7, tier 8? Yeah, he said they made, passed them out to a few people. And that's very nice. No, not everyone has that.
Yeah, definitely not everyone has it. I'm trying to get a hold of that myself. Please ship some over to South Africa, fam. Please and thank you. Hopefully we don't have to pay too much in the import duties. And, most of this drip that I have on right now was gifted to me. Shout out Adidas. Thanks, guys, making our homie look great on stream. But the team that has looked the best, or the people that have looked the best, are the 5 players of Dandelion Esports. And they'll walk away very happy with a clean 2-0. Aster.Aries need to go back to the back room, figure some things out in the draft. Maybe they need to be wearing some Divine Rapiers and some checkered shirts. That might help them in their in-game results. But with that, we're going to be taking a somewhat extended break for the next 50 minutes. Ricky, Drag and Drop, thank you so much for bringing us the games, for bringing us the action from some incredible casting. And when we return here, we're going to be back with some Division 1 action. Vici Gaming against LBZS is up next. So don't go anywhere. Come back to us with a break. Snare, Ricky, and Drag and Drop will be back then for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Wasn't never enough to have just everything you want. In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's why there's waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel. hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, keeps on calling. Till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps on calling. Till I find you, the fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude. Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. I wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever.
the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open feel the weight under the weather, counting the thunder, keeping me under. And if we break out from the tethers, fade into each other, into each other. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open
It's getting harder, you turn my heart
I'm getting higher just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer. Walking on fire. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. 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 I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't
Hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say, girl, I know we just met, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up. And down. next?
Damn! What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Such sorcerers. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Welcome back, Dota World. Here we are. Division 1 Dota is finally upon us here in the Chinese region. It's the spring tour of the DPC, and the road to TI certainly hasn't started now, but gets going and kicking properly at this point in time. We are going to be getting into the next series for the day here. We have Vici Gaming taking on LBZS, two teams that have suffered already in their opening matchups and are looking for their first win here in Division 1. To take us through the series will be myself, Snare. I'm joined by our Cryptic, and we've swapped out the European reptile for a different reptile. We've got a lizard instead of a dragon. Gentlemen, welcome. How are you doing? How's it going? And Lizard, what have you got on here? We've already talked about Ricky's drip earlier. Tell us what that shirt is on. Tell us how good you're looking today.
No, it's just a. It's nothing. Yeah, just a gift, a dear gift. So yeah, that's it. By the way, I love the way you guys are looking, very, very flashy. Yeah.
It's Fresh Friday for a reason, y'all. We are out here. We're looking as good as humanly possible. You know, sometimes it helps to feel confident in how good you look before you feel confident in how good the games are going to go. And speaking of how games are going to go here, Ricky, we already saw earlier today a pretty massive blowout. Dandelio Esports eviscerating Aster.Aries. Unfortunately for this upcoming matchup, Vici Gaming versus LBZS, it's unlikely we get anything different, right? Vici Gaming, although they lost their opening matchup, they went up against PSG LGD and still managed to actually take a game off of what is still arguably the best team in the world. Erstwhile LBZS, not as strong competition in the form of Team Aster, but they still found themselves getting absolutely demolished in that game.
Yeah, the thing that's like really fun about like the Vici Gaming LGD series was that honestly, like Vici Gaming won that game because their draft was so good, and like that is like something that maybe like LBZS and some of these other like teams that are maybe not as experienced are going to struggle with, because drafting is so important. And so Vici Gaming get what they want again. I see them having like a very successful series here over LBZS. And that being said, even like the games that they lost against PSG LGD, their drafts were good. The drafts were solid. I think PSG LGD is just a better team, you know, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. Like PSG LGD is, like you said, one of the best teams in the world. So we'll see if LBZS, you know, can come out swinging today, or if Vici Gaming's going to just have their way. We'll see.
I mean, Lizard, you were involved in that series, right? And you definitely got to see the import of draft coming in from the side of Vici Gaming. With LBZS, we didn't get to see very good drafts out of them when they played Team Aster, right? Is this a situation where there is no hope? If you're already expecting Vici to play better and draft better, under those conditions, what is it that LBZS can actually do to try and catch up and close the gap between the two teams a bit?
It's always hard, right? Like, it's always hard trying to be positive and optimistic when everything looks grim. But, you know, it can happen. LBZS, they've played versus Vici Gaming for many seasons now in the upper division, and for many seasons they've lost to them. But, you know, it's a new patch, and I always kind of cling back to that. If it's a new patch, there's a chance. Versus a team such as Vici Gaming, I feel that Vichy Gaming is a tier above them, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, they're not invincible. Like, that beast can bleed. We've seen it before in the seasons. And if LBZS managed to counterpick them perhaps, or cheese something like, I'm not sure, like Huskar perhaps, a hero that has been like talked about quite a bit on this broadcast, but have we seen him once? I haven't, at least. So
we've seen some bans only, but not really any picks, unfortunately.
So maybe if something like that happens, LBZS can take it. If it doesn't, however, it's going to be rough, because Vichy Gaming, like Ricky said, I agree 100% with his sentiment. Like, that first series versus PSG LGD, it just gave me confidence in them. It didn't really take it away.
Yeah, this team has definitely found themselves past the phase of just being purely in rebuild, right? The rebuild obviously is happening with Vichy Gaming, have a lot of different players on the team right now, but they're steadily but surely improving, and they're not going to allow themselves to backslide into a worse position than they were already. But LBZS, Lizard is speaking about the fact that they can potentially make the Giants bleed. They've never won a series against the side of Vichy Gaming, and they've played them 3 times, like once every year in the last 3 years. But every single time, except for last time, Ricky, they managed to get 2-0. Last time, they took a single game, right? And sometimes that can be all you need, that little piece of confidence, that little burst to start the ball rolling. Then you believe in yourself a little bit more. And we've seen it before many times in the past, where we'll have one team coming in, taking one game in a previous series, but the next time around, they actually win. So will the months in between Tour 1 and Tour 2 make enough of a difference to give them that W opportunity this time around?
It's possible. I mean, we actually saw that with Aster RNG, right? Like, that was like literally the storyline. It was like Aster won the first time, then RNG won, and then RNG won, and then, you know, like it eventually, like, you kind of get to this point where you maybe have figured out your opponents, but it is still hard to say. Like Lizard was saying, it's a new patch for a lot of these teams, semi-new patch. Like, let's be real, it's not a lot has changed. Some of the same heroes are still really strong, but game's at least somewhat different to where, like, it will shake up, the matchups for sure.
Absolutely. The amount of shakeups, I'm hopefully expecting the kind of shakeups, not just in the play we see, but in the heroes we see picked, because unfortunately, Lizard, the more and more we go into this patch, the more it's starting to solidify a very certain style of drafting meta, and that drafting meta is going to be revealed to us now. We're getting into some of these picks. Vichy Gaming versus LBZS. It's game number 1, and there's very few surprises so far. Grimstroke, Weaver bans, IO DP taken out, TA first pick, Hoodwink to follow up, and then Snapfire Ember on the other side. Meh, not that many surprises so far. So where are the surprises going to emerge here, Lizard?
Well, in the second stage, probably, if any surprises do happen. But like you said, so far, nothing really. From Vichy Gaming, they open up with a hero that we've seen in almost every single series be first faced, TA, and then. But remember, Vichy Gaming managed to completely crush a TA as well in their series versus PSG LGD even, and now they're banning out some of these heroes that they consider to be decent against her, like the Viper. But for LBZS, I feel that their opening is stronger, really. Like, okay, we can value TA as a top hero at the moment, but for LBZS, like, you have Ember, that's already something to deal with the refractions. Then you have Snapfire as well, with Mortimer's Kisses, plus Ember can get on top of Hoodwink and chase around the trees. Not as easily as someone like a Storm Spirit, but he can do that. He can accomplish that job. So, so far, I think these openings are even maybe slightly favored towards LBZS. Ricky, do you agree or nah?
I agree, man. I can't disagree with you.
Or nah.
I mean, yeah. No, it makes all perfect sense to me. Like, I really like the Ember Snapfire response to the TA, and like you said, they are banning out heroes like the Viper, even Earth Spirit, things that are good at getting on top of this hero or like burning through those refraction charges. Other heroes that we see are things like Razor, but that, like, Razor is not like one of those heroes you want to snap into the TA. It's got to be a good Razor game still. So
yeah,
we'll see if they leave it in. Vichy will have to be aware of that for sure. But ultimate, or like that first pick TA, I'm not 100% sold on, because the Ember Spirit is quite good here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can.
We have been seeing this TA hero Oh, yeah, go ahead, Richard.
No, I'm just saying any sort of illusion-based heroes are now higher in value for LBZS. If you decide to put the Ember not on safe lane but on mid lane, right, then you can follow up with a PL with a Naga Siren that we haven't seen, but could be picked. She has been changed. Like, once she got in, I thought that she got nerfed hard, and she did, with the changes to the passive. But then, after they buffed her up a little bit, it looked kind of better. For me, at least, it looks better. So maybe it's an option.
Now that she's playing with this Ogre Magi, most likely going to be putting her in the safe lane, right? But one thing I'm curious about here, gentlemen, we have seen, especially in the 4 position, it seems to be the case that if you have a 4 position that can get you some good vision across the map, that seems to be the winning strategy right now. We've been seeing some Monkey King, some Tusks, Hoodwink, of course, on the side of Vici Gaming. Of the heroes left in the pool here, Ricky, given that you can't go for the Weaver, that's not available, there's no Nyx either, who's still left to give LBZS vision control here? I don't believe they play Treant Protector, and I'm not sure about that hero this patch overall. So what do you make of where they go from here to ensure that they do have that kind of mobility and vision control on the map?
I mean, Mars is actually just like such a perfect pick here as well. Like, I'm perfectly okay with this. Like, it's just a decent enough hero into the TA. It's also just really good at scouting Hoodwink, pairs really well with the Snapfire. It is definitely a safe pick. It's nothing like super special, but in terms of like your next pick here, you do need like a strong lane hero for this safe lane eventually. Oh no, they grabbed Mirana, so it's gonna be 5 position Snapfire. I actually like that a lot. She's actually still very strong in lane. You still get the Mirana combo in the off lane with the Mars. So this works out really well.
Ooh, I like this. Lizard, we used to see this all the time. I think it was last year's tour, the Mars Snapfire. This emerged oftentimes, and we didn't see as much Mirana, but some of the few times that we would see it, we'd see it emerging in these super high tempo drafts that have like these Ember Spirits leading the charge from the mid lane. So in this particular situation, I'm liking what LBZS has to offer, and I'm liking that they're not going to allow Vici Gaming to completely dictate the tempo of the game.
Yeah, it looks strong. It looks interesting as well. Like Ricky said, Snap 4-5, it doesn't really matter as long as you have those Mortimer's Kisses later on. I remember even in the first season, Emo winning with Mirana mid lane versus a TA, which isn't something that should happen. And I'm 100% sure we won't see it here, but you know, fun games, fun to reminisce a little bit. But Vici Gaming, they want no fun. They pick this Dragonite, like the most boring hero for me in the whole damn game. There's a reason he was on that tutorial together with Sniper. Jump on someone, yeah, right. Jump on someone, use the stun. He does have this new Dragon Ball thing, which is pretty neat. Like,
yeah, the shard is pretty sick. Yeah,
yeah.
We saw it actually picked specifically into a TA, right? Because you just like stun, like fireball her, and all of her fractions are just instantly gone, which was kind of a neat little interaction there.
Yeah, maybe. Sorry, go ahead, Snare. I cut you off way too many times.
No, I was actually just going to ask you all that. Outside of being able to knock over some of these structures, right? I have a bit of a... I mean, I understand that they did need some more insta disable against these heroes like the Ember Spirit, so get the Blink Dagger going on the DK. But doesn't this also make them a little bit reliant around fighting around the DK timing? Because in this particular situation, if he doesn't have either the early Blink or a very strong ultimate timing, it does feel like LBZS can sort of run rings around Vici.
Yeah, so I can see where you're going with that, and yeah, Dragonite. Look, first and foremost, Dragonite should not struggle. I won't say will not. I won't be that confident, but I think he should not struggle at least. It depends, obviously, on the last pick of LBZS. They could go for something like Ricky called earlier, a Razor, or something that really can dominate him in the long lane if he's on the off lane, which I think he should be. But one other thing that kind of went through, like when you were talking, is they have to fight all the time, because yeah, look at these heroes. They're all like point and click stuns, like Ogre Magic, very 2-digit IQ heroes. Let's put it that way, especially the 2-headed one. So meanwhile, on the LBZS side, you have some actual team fight. Like you have this Mirana ulti going in, Mars popping the arena, then Snapfire following up. when I look at these two drafts, LBZS's look. I don't know. The draft looks just neater, better, more. I'm not going to say that it's easier to execute, but it does look nicer at least.
Yeah, I'm actually curious too, because like typically when you pick the Mirana, you need to have like at least multiple heroes to land the arrow with, and you have like the Ember Spirit chains, you have the Mars Arena Spear, and I was like, if you pick any other stuns, it makes it that much easier. And then they just pick a Tiny who somehow made it all the way to the last phase.
It's intriguing that we see this Tiny, Ricky, because we saw him struggle quite heavily throughout this week at this point in time, and I don't think we've actually seen a Tiny win. I'll have to just make 100% sure, but definitely not been the easiest time, despite how strong the hero looked initially. I think we've seen like one game win, but it's not looked overall that great. On the other side, though, Vici Gaming, they come back for the Lifestealer. Erica going to be reprising his role on a hero he's played a lot of times. And what's this matchup like as the game goes on? As we've seen that especially Tiny, very, very much about the timings and about when he's strong on the map, Blizzard. So are we expecting that Vici Gaming will have what it takes to push and play fast enough to ensure Tiny never gets to that point?
I feel that should be the case now after the Tiny pick. I didn't like the Tiny that much into the TA, and now it's picked into a Lifestealer. I'm not picked into a Lifestealer. It got Lifestealer got picked afterwards, and long time ago Lifestealer used to be pretty good, pretty damn good against him. I'm not sure that's still the case. We'll have to wait and see. But what I want to talk about, that I don't know if you guys mentioned, maybe I didn't hear it, but Yang is playing the offlane. It's not Irving.
Yeah,
so
I forgot to point it out, but I saw that too.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the case is. Is it a stand-in situation?
Yeah, from what I can tell, it's a stand-in situation.
Right? Yeah, it appears that way. And Yang, of course, is a storied player. He's been around the block, been in the scene for a very long time. And given that it is Yang as well, I'm not sure actually the impact this will have, right? Because one could argue on the one hand that yes, Yang is a more experienced, generally more skilled player than Irving is. But on the other hand, Irving, you're trying to build a new squad, right? You need that synergy, you need that time playing together. And we already saw in season 1 what can happen when you have too many stand-ins in between. So taking into account that Yang's playing, taking into account the draft, our Cryptic, give me your prediction. Who's taking game 1?
Vici Gaming, no doubt.
Vici, no doubt. Damn, Lizard, can you match that confidence coming in from the Bumblebee?
And curse them? Yeah, I can. I'll go with Vici Gaming because Yang, you're talking about him like he's a downgrade. I feel that any single team can replace an offlane with Yang and still be happy with it for a couple of series at least. So I think Vici has got this, yeah.
Regrettably, I have to agree with you and curse the side of Vici Gaming and give them the 3 caster prediction. I think they're going to take this one as well. But to find out if they are, we have our Cryptic, we have Lizard on the mic. Gentlemen, take it away for game 1 between Vici Gaming and LBZS.
All right, Lizard. How are you, man? Excited?
Yeah.
Should be a fun one.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, dude.
Let's go.
That's gonna be me in August, man. Come that Texas major.
You understand.
Yeah.
You got it.
I already ordered my cowboy hat. I'm ready to go.
Do you have your bolo tie as well?
Dude, I have a collection of bolo ties. I got cowboy boots. I know how to line dance. Dude, I was literally born for this major.
Perfect.
I'm so
what do you
excited.
think? Is either one of these teams maybe gonna make it?
Maybe. I think Vici Gaming, if they pull things back together, they could. They had such a rough first season, right? Their first season was so subpar from what I think a lot of people expected from them. But first season's done. It's now looking into second season. They took a game off of PSG LGD, no small task, and I don't know. I think it's possible. They can make it happen.
Yeah, we were actually casting that game as well, right? So was an interesting one. Like you said earlier, it was on top of a really, really good draft by them. And I don't think this draft is any worse. I think it's pretty solid. So
yeah, I think the last pick, Lifestealer, that is gonna be good.
Yeah, that neat little feast playing into Tiny probably will hurt quite a bit later on.
Yeah, that's the thing that worries me is like the VG Gaming again have like fairly strong lanes, right? Like they have TA mid, not like a hero that struggles mid. She can farm jungle. You have Erica in the safe lane, who's up against a Mars, which this lane only really gets easier for the lifestealer the more levels that you get. And then you have a Dragon Knight, which like, you know, what are you gonna do against a Dragon Knight?
Yep.
So
I don't
know.
I would say maybe my only question mark is the mid lane, like because Ember just does more earlier, right?
Yeah,
that's
true. Yeah, absolutely.
You expect a little bit more from him, but then again, for VG Gaming, when you think about it, yeah, sure, Ember does more against your TA, but you have Dragon Knight and you have a lifestealer that can play make after the laning stage, so it kind of evens it out, I assume, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like LBZS is on quite a bit of a timer here. Like, if this game like starts going fairly late, like they just don't have the core matchups. Like this TA lifestealer are just gonna like chew through the side of LBZS. Like I've seen the lifestealer Tiny matchup before. If it's late into the game and like lifestealer, even if he's like a full item behind, we'll still just beat the Tiny. It's
of course.
It's so good.
Yeah, and it's not even only the Tiny, right? For the lifestealer, when you're thinking about it, like he has the arena, bottom lane detachments, he's fine.
Hey, he just walks right out, right? You just go, I'm just gonna rage through this, no big deal. Has like the 25 rage duration talent, like, so good. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of lifestealer lately. I feel like this hero is a little undervalued.
You don't strike me like a lifestealer player. Are you a core player, Ricky?
I'm typically an offlane and support player, but I was playing with some friends lately that we put a stack together and we had 4 support players and we're like, wait a minute.
I see, yeah. The classic. My classic matchmaking experience.
So we're like, oh wait, who's gonna be playing core? And then we put, you know, our highest ranked support player in mid lane and our second highest support ranked player in safe lane. So it is how it goes. It's just how it goes sometimes. But what do you think's gonna like happen for LBZS here, right? Like, because I do worry for them.
Oh, so far what I'm seeing on this bottom lane that we've been watching quite a bit is that Tiny and Snapfire are forced to ferry out a lot of region. Meanwhile, Hoodwink plus Dragon Knight, they're just chilling and hitting you, and they're not really wasting any of their resources, right? Plus farming quite a bit. Like Yang is out CSing the Tiny even. So
yeah. Every time he comes up for a creep, Yang just bops him, right? Like he's just 0 armor. He went for a bracer instead of like a Wraith Band. So just you don't have, like you're saying, you just don't have the sustain. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. You get hit by Blightstone, you have what, -2 armor straight up off of that, so
that's very nice. That feels real good. It's one of the reasons I think we saw Tiny start getting picked a little bit less, because people started finding out, you know, some of like the offlane counters, like just in the 3-4 position that like really make his lane stage tough. Because like previously he was just getting like an Echo Saber, Blink, and his Shard like at the 15-minute mark, and people were like just falling super far behind at that point. But I think now he's not as strong as he once was. People are kind of figuring it out.
A little bit. I still feel that Tiny is, you know, Tiny, and if you ban out a couple of those answers that you just talked about, like his game is still going to be
very good. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
And that's why I was surprised. Like it made it all the way to the last phase, and it still doesn't feel like an incredible Tiny game. I mean, you pointed this one out in draft. They picked it into the TA, which is like typically one of the heroes that like he tends to struggle against.
Yeah, into a TA, and then it wasn't even last pick, right? So
yeah,
I really expected one of the illusion based ones, but I guess like you are playing into Yeah, but you're playing into a Dragonite, and he's usually decent against those, so that might have deterred you, but in all honesty, I feel like it could have been a little bit better than Tiny, but we'll see. Maybe he plays a different style, maybe he just roams around with Ember, gets a lot of pickups early on. If they manage to crush them early on, then it doesn't get to that stage in which Lifestealer is a beast, right? And he just destroys you. Because there's like between Tiny and Lifestealer later on in the game, yeah, sure, Lifestealer does destroy him, but there's a part of the game in which Tiny does well. Like, Lifestealer didn't really complete all of his items, and Tiny still just hits harder, so the feast doesn't really work that well.
I'm watching like Molasses and Erica just mess with each other in the top lane, and it's so funny. Like every time the Lifestealer comes close, he just turns on Bulwark and does like 30 damage, but Erica also can't take damage from the Mars, so it's just quite funny.
Yeah.
It's like an immovable object meets another immovable object.
And then he just spears him away and rinse and repeat, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's going for those 30 damage hits now.
Eventually he'll get him, right?
Fire leeching what he can here from XM's TA.
It's so smart, actually. He does get the block too on the Ancients, so that's not going to get scouted till after.
He did finish off all of Tiny bottom lane. They're going on him, but
level 6.
He's a big boy.
Yeah. Got that extra armor.
They did TP the Mirana in, but so far I'm worried for LBZS a little bit. Like when we talked about their heroes detachment, it's in actually. Okay.
Okay, yeah. They just thought they could go for that rune, but big regret.
You know, PP is my favorite player, like overall on the team.
Wait, really? You think so?
Yeah. I mean, just his nickname is. I love it. Try saying PP gets a BKB and pops that DP. It's fun.
It is. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he changed it at one point, didn't he? He like changed his nickname.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah, now he's supposed to be Pew or something else, but it still shows his PP in game. I don't know. Either way, he's gonna get called PP because that's what it says.
For now at least, until it changes completely.
Until it changes,
Do you think that LBZS should have done perhaps a bit more with the current state of the game?
I mean, I feel like they have to.
In its 9-minute mark, yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing that this is exactly what I was worried about. I was like, you just picked BG has like 3 really strong lanes, or like heroes that like don't really struggle in lane, and I think they have like the late game. So LBZS have like this mid game mark where they have to do something, and it is like you said, it's only 9 minutes, but yeah, the Tiny is really far behind comparatively.
My problem is the TA is farming the Ancients, and at the same time, the Dragonite is not contested, he's bloodlusted, and he's taking your tier 1. And this tier 1 will fall with like almost no Dragon Form use. Now he can even TP mid, he can run mid and just start pressuring the other tower. We'll see what he decides to do. He can just continue farming his Blink Dagger as well. It will trade for top tier 1. Yeah.
The DK Blink Dagger this game is so sick.
It's not only is it sick, it's like so necessary for them. They have 0 ways of initiating without it, which is something that I believe you or Sneer did mention during the panel, and it's perhaps one of the things that this draft is lacking. But as long as you get an early Blink Dagger, it should be fine.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's gonna go for the Shard afterward, because I've seen a lot of DKs just get the Blink Dagger, maybe like go for a BKB and then grab a Shard. And I think this game we might see him do that, just because they don't really have a hero that's fantastic at split pushing. Like I guess you have like Hoodwink who can kind of just throw her spells and stuff, but Lifestealer
That's
doesn't.
it,
Yeah, Lifestealer doesn't go show in lane. TA is going to be jungling and like for the most part. So we might see the DK go for like the fireball, right? Just so he can like clear waves.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. Detachment. There's Mirana ulti on him. Can't he live
still
now?
underneath the outpost, so still have that vision to work with and good attempt at an escape, but Squirrel found him.
You also you can't go invis while you're bushwhacked. Like it keeps you in vision. You can bushwhack an invis hero, but yeah, it does keep you in vision as a root. But yeah, it was the outpost anyway. Your Dragon Ball, Dragon Fire, whatever shard on Dragon Knight point is really good because it's not only for split pushing. Like they need a way of defending if they get to that point in the game, right? Sometimes you just need something to get those creeps away. Also, you need to outpush lanes. Mirana, Ogre.
Blink mid lane. That's the reveal from the Mars. They go onto the Ogre. They get the kill, but Molasses, he's in deep. XM is here. PP coming in as well. Yang. Blink Dagger's not here quite yet, but he's got a Tumbler toy. Question is, will he go for it? Oh, Dragontail connects.
The stun did connect.
High ground. Infest. XM, he's looking to go. Nice arrow, making some space, but he's going to tick down to the Dragon form damage here. That's too much. Takes over to the other side, and yeah, XM ready and waiting. They get the kill.
They split perfectly. Like two heroes follow him, the other two go towards his remnant, and this should be a free tier 1 on the mid lane. Yang
Dragon
still
form's
has
like half left.
Yeah, exactly.
And he got the Blink Dagger delivered at the tail end of the fight too. So now you have the Blink Dragontail to worry about, which you didn't even have to worry about in the fight before. So I think it's getting a little bit more difficult here for LBZS.
They did it still. Vichy Gaming, they played this small little play with more discipline. Like they moved back after, and they respected the fact that everyone else is respawning on LBZS. Plus, they used all their resources, so we don't have to rush it, boys. Just go back, farm up. TA still doesn't have a Dezo. It makes a ton of sense. But no, for a team that does not necessarily have to go late game, Vichy Gaming are... Sorry, for a team that can go late game and win that way, they're really stepping up at the tempo. And they're... The item builds as well. If you look at the Lifestealer, he has this Armlet, Blink Dagger, and DK. They're ready to fight constantly.
Absolutely. They do smoke behind the Ember Spirit in the mid lane as they head into the jungle. They did see XM under a ward for the moment, but the Dire's the ones who actually have some decent vision here to play with, and it will be able to scout Molasses. The Arena's going to find Jauma here on the Hoodwink. Mortimer Kisses to follow, so they do manage to take down one. Yang, Dragontail up onto the Ember Spirit. He is taking so much damage. The Meld Strike. No way this finishes him off.
Attachment once again caught on the bad side.
Ooh, nice Searing Chains onto 2, but Ignite's now going to splash between the whole team as Yang, he's got a Blink Dagger looking for his target. It's going to be Salad there. Because the Dragontail onto that Mirana, and they take down 3. Another fight won for Vichy Gaming, and now the tower will fall.
I feel like they're biting off way more than they can chew every single time. You jump in with that Arena, you get the pick-off that isn't really that great. Then afterwards you continue fighting, even though you can't. You wasted one... Like, look, they wasted 2 of their biggest spells, biggest teamfight spells to kill a Hoodwink. Like, if you do that, you need to back off afterwards. You cannot continue trying to do stuff in that fight. It's going to backfire for sure.
He just barely missed vision. Yeah, they just like barely missed vision of the TA, right? Like if that Arena is on the TA, totally different fight, right?
Of course, yeah. You catch one of the cores. Well, actually you're right, only TA. Lifestealer Rage out, DK Blink out, so yeah.
Gome, where are we at? He's got the Echo Saber. Shard is queued, but he also... He's got a full Silver Edge and a Shard queued. I'm really curious as to which one he goes for. My guess would just be to finish the Shard here, now that we've hit the 15-minute mark, but we'll see. I mean, overall, the top 3 net worth positions all held here by Vichy Gaming, and they're looking to push the tempo even more as they smoke up.
It can be Roche.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be. Let's see.
They found Mirana.
No,
Right
maybe.
over, right over a trap.
Like this is the perfect smoke. You smoke in as Dazo is completed on TA. You get one pick off and straight into the pit. It can be It can backfire though. Mortimer's kisses are there available.
Invest into the DK. Are they gonna find Blink Dragontail? Finds a Snapfire and Kagome here trying to do what he can, but the arena's caught TA inside the pit. She's completely alone. They will be able to find that kill. Ember Spirit getting the business from Roshan, but he's out of mana and no remnants left, so he needs help and fast. Oh, what a spear from Molasses.
Let's push
Still
back.
get Fire Blast off. They still get the Dragon Tail. There's gonna be the Fireball. They get the kill. Triple kill for Yang. Make it an Ultra. The DK is destroying them.
What did you say about Yang replacing Irving and perhaps it not being that great for Michi?
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
It must have been Snare.
It must have been Snare, 100%.
Give him a rampage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a you know, pseudo rampage.
Yeah, it was a little bit late, but it's still a rampage. In my eyes, it's still a rampage. I mean, Yang is just on a different level. I love how much they're playing around this Dragonite with the Infest, jumping back, killing off the Snapfire instantly. But because of that Snapfire dying so fast, I feel XM died, as he feels secure, right? He feels okay. If Snapfire is dead, there's probably no way they contest this Roshan and kill me in the pit. With Arena, Morty's Kisses, whatnot, but they definitely can. TA is still an extremely squishy hero at this point.
Oh, Mortimer Kisses into the pit. They kind of baited him. Look at the arrow there onto the Ogre. But the question is, can they follow this up with much? PP able to finish off that hero. Yang goes in with the Sharpshooter being channeled. PP's got to be careful. Molasses broken. He gets the arena, but detachment just getting melted by XM on the backside as they look for more. PP able to make it out on the Ember. So a 2-for-1 plus a buyback?
Yep, but also Roche, right?
Yeah.
This one you cannot contest any longer.
Yeah, you've committed everything, right? Mortimer Kisses and the arena down. What do you have left? But Erica's actually going for a halberd.
Yep, he's had it queued up, I believe, for a pretty long time. He's going all in for early game aggression. It's decent. Halberd versus the Tiny as well. Prevent him from hitting you. It's all right.
I was like, he also has the evasion talent at 20, which is hilarious if he decides to get that one with it. Because Tiny, you know, obviously historically not a hero that builds an MKB.
Yeah, force him into an MKB. Sounds good. But I feel like that's a very long way off.
Yeah.
And the game might be
He's got
already really rough for them. Yeah, yeah. Yang finds Mirana.
Yeah. Honestly, this Fireball is so good. I think they gave it a little bit too much extra damage, but it feels very strong now.
It feels like for the damage that it does, the range is way too huge as well. Like, the AoE of it, at least.
Oh yeah, the AoE is huge, yeah.
And it lasts 10 seconds. You do pay 1400 for it, and there are some shards that... Yeah, I feel like it's one... Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Yang mid lane! He's gonna pay for that one. He came out a little bit too far. Could have just fireballed it and instead dropped the breathe fire and dies in the end. PP gonna find himself a DD rune here. Trying to bait it.
Baiting on it? Yeah. Didn't really work. Like you said, Yang, you know, not really with the team. Feeds a little bit. Isn't really as... not all the gears are well oiled when it comes to him playing with Vici Gaming.
Yeah, right. He does buy the BKB though, so that's obviously less likely to happen now going forward.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's second on the net worth charts, has been just completely crushing the game, but yeah. As long as we can...
oh my god. right, he's gonna pop the DD rune, come bottom onto the Hoodwink here. The Infest Xiaoma's into the trees and gone. Well, he's trying to bait the Ember Spirit here potentially. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, XM starting to make this rotation in.
Yeah, they were just running away from him. Oh, PP.
Right onto a trap. No way. XM ready and waiting for the second time.
Yeah, but he even knew, right? Like, they had vision on XM. Mirana was there. Everyone knew where she was going. Maybe a small mistake there from PP. He should have remnanted, used that first remnant instantly somewhere else, but yeah. It's hard at this point. They're quite far behind, like 8k behind 20 minutes in. It's quite a bit. TA, just look at this. She's soloing the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. No one can contest her. Molasses is trying to farm somewhere deep behind enemy lines.
Erica walks up and bops the tower for the last hit.
My tower.
Top lane, smoke. They found Tiny. And yeah, what can you do at this point? They just pop the dust. He's just stuck inside this fireball forever. Just burns down.
Yep, two of the cores were showing themselves bottom lane. Meaning Tiny feels a little bit safer, goes top and gets caught.
Yeah, this is just... It feels so rough here for the side of LBZS because I'm not really sure like what their avenue back into this game is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Like, it has to come off of some sort of an outplay or a throw from Vici Gaming at this point, really. Like, it's hard to imagine them just taking a normal fight and winning it, because everything that Vici Gaming need is already there. All the BKBs or all the blink daggers.
Well, that being said, speaking of BKBs, Molasses and PP both get theirs delivered. So, I mean, maybe you can make a play happen with these. You know, no Aegis right now, but who do you start the fight on?
If you can lock down the TA before she pops her BKB, that would probably be the best hero to go on, right? As she's kind of squishy still, easy to kill off, but that's a hard ask. How do you stun lock her before she uses the BKB, right?
Oh, Blink Spear from Molasses. He's found Yang. Arrow to follow. Plenty of chain stun is there. Never gets the opportunity to go for that BKB. So he just, unfortunately for him, happened to be playing under the ward, and they're going to look for more as they find the Ogre Magi, and Molasses there to finish it off with the Spirit. So 2 kills for LBZS. Something going their way.
Yeah, I really think you couldn't ask for much more. Perfect from them. They get 2 pretty good kills. Yang is, like you mentioned before, all 3 of these heroes are really high on the network chart, so getting any counter kills is good for LBZS. Only maybe bad point of that fight was the BKB usage, but not a biggie really.
XM just feels so safe. Like, just playing anywhere near her tower, anywhere near her team, she's just got, you know, BKB to work with. Molasses, big
nice
3-hero arena. They get the Hoodwink. Infest, though, gives her so much health back, and Molasses just gets destroyed. PP on the backside, bashed up. He's got a couple remnants to play with, but they're just so slow. XM.
You see, like this play here, the arena was great, but they're jumping in before the Ember has that BKB that we just mentioned. He used it in the last fight. It was still on 15 seconds cooldown. Because of that, he gets easily taken down by the TA and the Lifestealer. So maybe if they waited a little bit longer, still can't blame them. It was such a nice arena. You get tempted to go in.
You just see 3 heroes grouped up, and your like instinct kicks in. You're like, oh yeah, I'm throwing the ult.
Yeah,
but you also didn't have more number kisses for it either, so it's not like there was any other follow-up damage.
I guess the point was we were playing 3 versus 5, and We should just be able to outnumber them and outmaneuver them that way, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah. Yang is level 18. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're Dragon Knight at 26 minutes from the offlane, this farmed, you've had an amazing game.
Yeah. Almost the same amount of levels as, well, not 26 minutes in, 18. I'm pushing it, but yeah, he's doing really fine for himself, that's true. He's going into an Orchid, by the way, afterwards.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm wondering if he's going to go for Bloodthorn because of just how the buildup works now. Molasses mid lane in some trouble. He has to BKB to dodge out that bushwhack. They're going in on PP though.
PP's in.
The only Searing Chain's up Yang, unfortunately, and Molasses. His BKB's expired. XM's here with a DD rune. You gotta be careful. Oh, Erica was infested the whole time. I didn't even see him. Molasses clearly didn't either. And he's just going for more. Bash up onto the Snapfire. Detachment goes down as they continue the chase, looking for Salad. They actually don't have vision on Kagome, so he's lucky. But
they be falling apart, Ricky. That's it.
Yeah, they really are. Did you see the Lifestealer infest there?
No, I thought he just ran in, honestly. I didn't see it.
He just was, I think he infested like an ally creep or something, and they just thought it was like a melee creep chasing after the Mars, which is totally reasonable, because there was like the whole creep wave there chasing him. That was actually so funny. Yang?
Dragon Knight, Dragon Form, yeah.
He's got a gem now. I'm surprised he didn't use the active to scout the high ground, but he's got better things to do, like get Roach on.
He's going to catch Snap, I think.
Oh, gets the Orchid, slows her down for the moment. Dragon Tail certainly to follow.
She's really speedy.
Yeah, she's actually pretty quick. Got the drums. Oh my goodness, infest. All right, Yang, very fast now. He's got a blink in 2. Does he go? All right, he doesn't.
Yep. A very scary dragon. Orchid, Gem, BKB, Blink, like you can't hide, you can't run. Plus he's infested, like you mentioned.
455 MS, 4600 HP. That's a hard kill.
I don't think I've seen a game recently that gave Ogre Magi more value than this one. Like the Bloodlust on the TA, Bloodlust on the Dragon Knight, on the Lifestealer, all 3 heroes just adore attack speed, so
that's so true, actually. Dragon Knight's one of those heroes who has like pretty poor like attack speed, but with the Bloodlust is huge, and Fight breaks out, Detachment dies before he even really starts. BP on the backside looking for Xiaoma. He just stands still next to the trees, invis. Oh, so unfortunate. They also managed to get their hands onto Kagome's Tiny here. Yang has a blink up in 1, but Spirit Vessel there will cancel that one. Nicely done by Salad.
It was that last-ditch effort smoke that happened from LBZS, and it wasn't even that bad. Like the fact that the fact that Snapfire is going in first might feel weird, but keep in mind that she didn't have her ultimate, right? So
yeah,
if you can sack someone, might as well be her.
Orchid onto the Ember. He's got no way out, no BKB. 69 seconds on the sideline, but does have buyback. Yang is just... He's got a trigger finger, man. He's ready to go. He sees anyone. They just drop a sentry right into the tower. The blink, the Dragon Tail comes in. The Spear does connect onto the TA, but doesn't care all that much. He's got an Aegis to boot, and continue to work here on these lanes of Barracks. Yang starting to fall a little bit low, though. Does probably need to respect some of these buybacks that are coming through. Sharpshooter will connect onto PP. XM just blinks in? Are you kidding me? He gets an Ultra? Can he just give him a Rampage at this point? It doesn't matter. Oh my goodness.
Another one.
All right. Double Rampage? Nah, Erica wanted to boost the stats. Okay, you know, sometimes you think it's time to back out, but XM says no. So, Molasses. That's it. GG comes out on the back of a double Rampage for the TA. 30,000 net worth advantage at 8-31.
Yeah, this was a rough one. I feel that a little bit of a drafting issue for LBZS with their last pick. But even without that last pick, I would say that they could have played a little bit differently in that mid game.
The mid game certainly could have been different, gentlemen, and it wasn't. It wasn't. And unfortunately for them, the mid game for LBZS started way sooner than they expected. We were talking about it in the panel. That early blink dagger from the DK changed everything. They started making those moves. And Lizard, you know, I want to correct some slander that you were saying, right? I wasn't saying Yang is worse than Irving. I was just worried about whether or not he's going to fit into the team, you know, since they're trying to rebuild. However, I've also gotten confirmation that Yang is officially part of the team. So he's in Vici Gaming right now. Irving has been replaced at this point in time. So Yang back home effectively and putting on yet another stellar performance for Vici Gaming. The kind of thing we've seen from him from years. And besides, one thing we were not expecting was that the Dragon Knight Lizard was going to be the hero that popped off the most in the early game.
Yeah, but to no surprise to you, I see you're a big anime fan in those tabs. I see all your tabs in your new swaggy glasses.
We gotta put some shade on it, man. You know, gotta cover it up. You know?
I see how it is. I can see everything, man. Yeah, Dragon Knight just popped off. The lane was easy for him. Later on, after the lane, we've seen Ricky talked about it as well. The shard on him is just very powerful. Blink came a little bit after the Marses, but it still didn't matter. Honestly, for me, this game doesn't come down to the way Vici Gaming played. It comes down to the way LBZS played. They wanted too much from what they had. And that's something that you can see in every single game from a team that's perhaps not as experienced as their opponent. They will always try to push their advantage a little bit too far, and they'll always get punished for it. This fight here is a perfect example. Like 12 minutes in, you're already jumping in way too deep with the arena. You get punished for it. You lose 2 cores, right?
Yep.
And later on, it happened a couple of times as well.
And this kept happening throughout the game, Ricky, where they'd make these kind of aggressive moves. And although it looked good on the onset, something would happen down the line. And so many times they were the ones finding the positive jump, finding the arenas. But here's another one of these instances. We see them using quite a lot just to take out those Hoodwink. And, you know, could easily have backed off at this point. But PP in a weird position. He's also weirdly caught out. And they decided not to just run away entirely. You know, detachment could have just been easily left behind. But I don't know, the entire game, it just really did feel like LBZS weren't respecting properly the strength of Vici Gaming and how quickly they got off the mark, Ricky.
I mean, I think they just overestimated how well they did in the lanes. Like, I think like, I don't know what else to like count it as. Like, there was like not really a point in this game where like the cores on Vici Gaming were not all ahead of their respective counterparts. Like, this was pretty much just like a clean shot all the way from minute 0 for Vici Gaming. Like the early rotations, I guess, to help like get the bottom tower with Yang, and then immediately after they start threatening mid tower. Like, I don't know, they got a couple like nice pickoffs here or there, which is expected of their lineup, but
this one right here was great, right? Like, you kill off the Dragon Knight, you get the Ogre as well, but what they do afterwards is the problem. Like, you push that advantage a little bit too far, you get punished for it, and instead of taking the gift and going away with it, you kind of hand it back into Vici's hands and then some. So
sometimes it happens that instead of you being given an inch and taken a mile, sometimes you get given a mile and you give back an entire stadium or plus. It was not great, unfortunately, and something that we actually didn't really talk about in the draft, although we did reference how Tiny was having a very rough time. This is the 3rd loss that Tiny has suffered out of 4 games, only a 25% win rate, something clearly not expected given how strong we all thought this hero was. But, you know, pre-BKB, Ricky, he couldn't actually fight. This Yang breathed fire. We saw this the other day when he lost to an Underlord on the Tiny, and their damage reduction just became a real problem since it's all percentage based. And it was another big problem here today where it felt like the Tiny was hitting like a wet noodle half the time.
It's that, but also like this hero doesn't play well in the Templar Assassin, which is like Lizard was super confused by the pick early on, right? He was like, I don't know why they picked this into TA to begin with, but it doesn't fight well into TA. Like, he does very large single instances of damage, and TA counters that type of play completely. You also have an Ogre who's going to build Shard. So as soon as you have Fire Shield out onto these heroes, like, he doesn't do damage when he tries to like just hit people with his like 600 damage cleave, right? It doesn't do anything. So they actually just had plenty of answers for this hero, and they all came online way faster than the Tiny.
Yeah, and the problem was this was supposed to be their panacea, the silver bullet for the rest of the draft, right? The actual, I think it was it overall last pick or was it second to last?
Second to last. Last pick was the last.
I think it was second to last, yeah. Last pick was the life stealer, but nonetheless, at that point in time, sometimes the question gets asked, why does Tiny get through to the draft in that fashion? When you've picked in such a way that even if Tiny is picked up, it doesn't really matter. That easily allows you to cruise to victory. And that's what we saw coming out from Vici Gaming here. Yang, back in form, back home, and he's already making magic happen for the Vici Gaming banner. However, it's a best of 3 series. LBZS, the last time they did have a series against Vici Gaming, they did go the 2-1. So, Lizard, you were talking about how it was how they played rather than how they drafted or how we saw Vici Gaming
combination,
play. Is there enough of what you saw? Is there enough hope, right, to at least try and think optimistically about game 2? Or are we thinking about this as how quickly can Vici Gaming win that second game?
Yeah, I think it's the second one. The one that's not as optimistic. Well, for LBZS, at least, no, for real. Like after watching this game, if you're realistically looking at the way things just revolved right around LBZS's eagerness to fight constantly and Vici Gaming just punishing them all the time. Okay, let's go back to the drafts. Maybe if their draft gives them an opportunity to go late game, they wouldn't be making as many harsh movements, rush movements, right? It can be that as well. Because I've seen LBZS play with way more discipline than they did in this match. So perhaps if you know that you have a full late game potential hero, like the full game winning condition in your hard carry, that's stronger than anyone else on the map, if you give him enough time and give him enough space, then perhaps they will play more disciplined. Then perhaps they won't be making any dives under tier 2s. So yeah, it can happen.
Well, we'll be hoping for LBZS to try and give us some of that more late game oriented, or at the very least, giving themselves an opportunity to compete further down the game if the early portion does go south for them. Of course, that'll require them to rethink their strategy, rethink their drafts, and especially get their team mentality back on track. We'll give them a little moment to do that while we load up for game number 2 and hope we get a game 3. But with Vici Gaming in the form they're in, doesn't seem likely as it stands right now. Today, this is Vici Gaming versus LBZS. We are in the spring tour of the China DPC. And when we return, a game 2 with Ricky, Lizard, and myself, Snare, as host. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. We'll return with some more Dota 2 action.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Oops.
Ladies, gentlemen, and the Dota world, welcome back here to the DPC Spring Tour. We are in right now for VG Gaming versus LBZS, game number 2, as we are going to be seeing just what's going to happen here and hopefully getting ourselves a game 3. Myself, Snare, as your host, back with Ricky and the Lizard on the mic. And gentlemen, was a rough one. LBZS were a little bit humbled in that particular game. They didn't find themselves having the easiest way forward. However, one of the things we see teams doing when they struggle in games is they find themselves going back to some comfort heroes. And Ricky, you were just talking about this. We already have early on what seems to be the Kagome TA available right now for LBZS.
Yeah, I mean, this was like literally the thing I was talking about in the break. I was like, yeah, the TA was like the pick for LBZS in Season 1. Like, they were the ones who flexed it to the safe lane more than pretty much any other team. And it was like one of the reasons that they won some of their big series. So I was kind of surprised that, you know, they didn't prioritize trying to get it for themselves. But here we are, you know, they get the TA, they get the Enchantress. I think arguably one of the stronger openers that you can have.
Yep, especially versus Witcher Gaming. Like, they open up with TA, LBZS. The TA gets kind of dumpstered and countered by Grimstroke and Ember. Like, just so many instances, so many dots on both of these heroes. But then LBZS go with an Enchantress that can crush either one of these two. Like, you get that enchant. Grimstroke's lane is 10 times harder. The same goes for Ember Spirit. You can dispel his shield. So yeah, you get a ton out of her, and she fits the mood, you know. Like, look at LBZS's banner. It's a smiling little shy son. Like, you need these enchantresses. Is there anything else in the IO?
Hoodwink,
you know,
IO, these kind of heroes.
Hoodwink, yeah, Hoodwink, I guess, as well. These positive, annoying little shits. you need them. Then you can.
Well, they're doing it now. One of the things about having this Enchantress, we've seen the power it has in this earlier portion of the game. But, you know, as strong as this can be, what has seemed to become a staple and is extremely strong, this combo, Grimstroke, Ember Spirit. Well, technically Grimstroke, anything that gets far forward, but Ember and Pango have been the preferred pairs with this particular hero. And our Cryptic, this now already means, we already saw earlier today a 4-position Grimstroke do really, really well. They can flex it in that direction as well. So this already means that VG Gaming, seeming to withhold the philosophy they had in game 1 of ensuring they can fight very early on and not allowing LBZS, even if they do have some of that more late game advantage, it won't matter if the game is over at 25 minutes, will it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's no real, there's not really any other way to put it. Like, I don't know. Like, I really like Grimstroke just in general in terms of like how this hero plays right now. I feel like it's just incredibly flexible. It offers a lot to your fights. The Pango ban, I think, is probably one of the more important things that LBZS had to address here, because that combo has become incredibly strong.
Yeah, it's crazy. Grimstroke Pango is something else. And it's not just any Pango. This would be a Yang Pangolier that you're giving away. The man himself having returned to VG Gaming. Speaking of him being back, Lizard, though, heroes that he's been well-renowned for in the past, things like the Brewmaster, things like the Mars, suddenly, especially now that we see a Snapfire pick, Mars is seeming increasingly more likely. And LBZS, do they have an answer if that is the option that VG decide to go for?
Yeah, because they also banned the Pango, right? Like, that's usually the answer. Or, well, it's not really an answer, but it's a hero that you kind of like having if there's a Mars on the enemy side. It's an offlaner that still does a lot in teamfights, does not care about the arena, right? So perhaps that's why Witcher Gaming, okay, we're gonna snatch up the Snapfire and follow up with the Mars. Does make a lot of sense. Maybe LBZS can do the same, just get it for themselves right here, right now. They already played it in game 1, so maybe give it another go. But a Dragonite is also an option for Witcher Gaming, once again, by the way. It all depends on Yang if he wants to play it or not. But it's again a decent Dragonite game. Skyrat.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. Not necessarily the expectation, but a hero that we have been seeing more and more of. This is the second time it's been picked up here in China. This game, none of the usual combos that we've seen with the Skyrath Mage just yet. So the setup for the full Mystic Flare burst, not really available right now. For LBZS, the heroes that we've often seen with this Skywrath Mage have been heroes like the Sand King, but there's the DK that you just mentioned now, Lizard. So they've gotten themselves some push potential, some solid laning, some initiation with the Blink Dagger. They've already seen here how effective it can be against the Ember Spirit. But more importantly here, our Cryptic, they finally got some degree of beef. So the team fights won't just end even if they have a mishap in initiation.
Yeah, I mean, they do have like the frontliner in the form of the DK. They have good fight initiation now. Like last game, it was the Mars. This time, the DK. Very good at catching heroes like Ember Spirit, which is really important. You can set that up for the Mystic Flare combo from Skywrath. And there's not really a save on the side of Vici Gaming. Like the only quote-unquote save you have is coming from the Shard from Grimstroke, which, you know, that's going to be a while. So it is a pretty solid 2 picks from the side of LBZS, and I think they pair well with the TA, right? Like we just saw last game, the tempo that the DK and the TA are able to play at.
Yeah, we'll just see if you know, this is the perfect opportunity for us to witness just how different these two teams are, if they are that different. Because you had Vici Gaming playing a very similar strategy that LBZS was, and you had LBZS playing, like you just switch things around, right? In game 2 the drafts have switched and they have to play in a sort of a opposite way. The only question is, like, okay, the only good thing for Vici Gaming is they still haven't shown their carry, and their carry probably won't get countered hard, right?
Yeah.
Like it happened in game 1.
That's unlikely to happen. One thing I'm actually interested in, though, Lizard, you bring up how they're playing similar strats here. Ooh, a CK pick. I was wondering that right now, the one thing I am concerned about with this LBZS draft, the lack of harder disable to ensure that Mystic Flare always goes off properly. I mean, DK, part of the problem is that once you get Blink Dagger, you get so much further forward in front of the Skywrath Mage that you don't often catch up in time to get off the full combo. The safe laner, it's unlikely to be Lifestealer. You know, those kind of slows don't fully interact with us, although it does mean really great lane potential. So not that many great carries with stuns in the game. It leads me to think that they might have trapped themselves into potentially picking up a hero like Faceless Void. And we've often seen, especially here in China, that teams will last pick Void and then instantly go on to lose the game here.
Sorry, are you asking Ricky? Yeah,
no,
go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
I would say, like, most likely with LBZS, they're just going to last pick a mid lane. Like, I think we're going to be seeing TA in the safe lane, and we're going to be seeing a mid lane hero here for LBZS, like some sort of a playmaking hero that matches the pace with this Dragon Knight and can get aggressive, and then TA can come slightly after. Like, you've got to have something along those lines. The question is, what is it going to be, though? Because the CK actually makes things very difficult.
I agree completely. Any sort of a hero on that mid lane that can perhaps mess up with the illusions of Vici Gaming would be neat. Like we talked about the illusions in that first game, we talked about heroes with illusions that deal well with the TA, but CK was not on my mind. Like I thought PL, TB, even Naga, but I actually forgot about CK completely.
Is this CK going to be played by Erica is the question, because we've also seen offlane CK in the past, and Yang himself has played that offlane CK Lizard, so what's the option for Vici?
It really could be, like you said, it could be some Grimstroke plus CK offlane. It's a strong combination. I like the Storm ban, by the way. I was thinking pretty much any sort of a Spirit mid would be solid. Like Ricky said, you need that playmaking capability from your mid laner, and I'm thinking like, okay, Spirits or something like a Pagna with that shard in which you set the what's it called? You set the Nether Ward, and then you leech Chaos Knight's illusions. They won't kill them, but they won't kill them instantly, but they still deal a ton of damage. Instead they go with the Underlord. Okay,
there's a root, there's a global mobility. We saw this the other day. I suppose it means there's no tiny. Yes, we finally get it. Awesome. The Huskar actually in a game of Dota 2 at long last. Thank you, Vici Gaming. We've been talking about this. Me and Black have been hopping on. Listen, y'all. If you want free MMR, trust me, go play Huskar. Go enjoy life, right? This is going to be great. I don't even need to ask y'all predictions. Vici's going to get this no matter what. I'm kidding. Lizard, you've heard us hop so much about this hero, right? You can obviously hear I'm super hype about it. What do you make of this last pick Huskar, especially since it's going to be going into this Abyssal Underlord on the other side there for LBZS?
Yeah, I don't know. We have to wait and see. It feels like a decent Huskar game, not like an amazing one. Maybe they even thought about planting him against the TA, but overall, I think Huskar is the hero of the patch. So I think this one should be easy for Vici Gaming. They baited out the Underlords. They made LBZS think, okay, this CK is a problem. He's our safe laner, and then they, threw that curveball with Elastic Huskar. It's Elastic Huskar. Just,
It is indeed a last pick Huskar. Our Cryptic, you think it's going to be that kind of last pick Huskar that just walks away with the game as we often see him do when he's picked 10th?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like not a lot has changed when it comes to last pick Huskar. If it's a good Huskar game, and like Liz was saying, this isn't the best one, but it's good enough, I think, and the rest of their draft makes sense to me. So, yeah, Vici Gaming looking good in my eyes.
For me, I'm either happy that we're going to have a Huskar stomp because I love the hero right now, or it's going to be a situation where Vici Gaming lose, we get game 3, and then they get to pocket keep the Huskar for the end of the tournament. It's going to be amazing no matter what, and I'm especially excited to see how the games themselves are going to pan out. Game 2 about to kick off. Vici Gaming versus LBZS. LBZS have one last chance here unless they get eliminated 2-0. Will they make it happen, or will Vici walk all over them? Our Cryptic and Lizard will walk you through the action. Take it away, boys, and good luck.
Very excited for this one. I mean, like I'm kind of a big CK offlane fan. I don't know how you feel about the hero, but oh boy, I think this hero fits this role so well.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. It used to be amazing when you had Chaos Strike on cooldown, right? By the way, while you guys were talking, old chat was pretty much going ham. You might be excited about the game, Snare might be as well, but LBZS isn't.
Oh god,
they don't like the Huskar pick at all.
This reward.
Oh, that is. I mean, does anyone like getting 10th pick Huskar? Like that's a rough one,
Yeah, no one likes that. Huskar 10th pick is, yeah. It's like, there are a couple of heroes that when you see a 10th pick, you just want to go next.
Yeah. Like, all right, run it back, guys. Game 2.
Yeah, sadly, this isn't MMR, and they don't have a game 3 if they lose this one, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it is going to be PP on the Dragon Knight mid. Obviously, with the last pick Underlord, that means, you have this DK into Ember Spirit mid lane. Very interesting pick here.
Yeah, it's all right. Both of them should be able to farm pretty easily on the mid lane. We'll see.
It's always super annoying playing as the DK mid lane because he just Dragon Tails you and denies a creep every single time.
Yep. Dragon Tail, deny a creep, get 2 bracers, you're never able to kill him, or 1 bracer even.
Yeah.
It can get annoying.
He just gets level 6 and takes your tower. It's really cool. So we have the safe lane TA this time for the side of LBZS. Yang gonna be playing the Chaos Knight. He's a really big fan of Knights, it would seem.
Yeah. All the knights so far. He needs to collect them all. Right? That's. How do you feel about Enchantress?
I think this hero is so good right now. Enchantress feels so good. Like her creeps hit so hard early on, and then on top of it, Impetus. Like once you get the 4th point Impetus in like the 20-ish minute mark, like you have like an item, maybe a second one. Outside of boots.
I asked you really because I was waiting for one thing, and that's this on the bottom lane. He just enchanted a kobold, like the smallest one, and the smallest one, kobold,
right?
No, he has prospecting aura.
Oh yeah, the 20 gold per minute, huh?
He's got the 20 gold, man. Bring it in. AoE gold aura feels good.
Classic.
Kagome, bottom lane.
Oh yeah. Well, he's all right. He looks like
Refraction
keep him pretty happy.
He popped the refraction just before the stun connected, so managed to get away.
Yeah, I feel like what we've been seeing today is a lot of like pretty static lanes for the most part. Like, but yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to like how these like lanes are gonna break down, because I feel like PP doesn't want to leave mid, right? When you're playing a mid Dragon Knight, your goal is to just take the tower, right?
Yeah, and XM probably might rotate if the right opportunity occurs, like a right rune or something, but you have to defend your tier 1. But both of the side lanes are really volatile, like anything can happen here. You have this Enchantress and TA, which might get annihilated by a CK, right, if Vici Gaming play their cards right. Meanwhile, on top lane as well, there's a lot of volatility playing into a Huskar. Like Sky and Underlord, they dish out a ton of damage, but if they get too many Burning Spears, they can fall. So I expect the side lanes really to be doing most of the work. Oh, the tornado mid, are you serious? Oh, it's this again, man.
Does he actually have the tornado Enchantress creep?
Yeah,
classic.
Yeah, he sent it on XM. This is a poor Ember Spirit. You can't lane against this. Yeah, you can't lane. He's just stacking right now. That's it. He needed to wait out the tornado to get away.
That's always a blast. You're just like, oh, I guess I won't lane. That's cool. PP able to find XM here with the help of Salad, and silenced up, taking plenty of damage. There it is, man. The first blood.
Yeah, and on the lane that I really didn't expect. But when you have a rotation from Salad, he was like, if you noticed, Salad wasn't really in the lane for that long, right? Like on the top lane, he comes in, leeches a little bit of experience from the pulls, but most of the time he's just searching for that opportunity to rotate mid. Oh, nicely done by him.
So Huskar 26 and 10 on CS. Obviously off to a pretty good start here. It's going to be rushing the armlet, I would guess.
I think the build is like armlet Blink Dagger Aghanim's, something like that, or armlet BKB Aghanim's. I'm not sure. We'll see. But I've seen most players go for that axe very early on.
Oh, it is so good. It feels so strong. Bottom
yeah, it
lane?
just gives you...
They're gonna maybe... Okay, they decide not to. Jama just a little bit too far away to go for that.
You just buy that Aghanims and suddenly you have a Legion Commander on your team as well. Why not?
Yeah, that Ags is so good. Oh my god.
So far, like both of these games have been really silent early on.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not even this one. Like the first series was the same thing. Like the first like 8 minutes of the game, 10 minutes of the game are basically just both teams just trying to farm what they could in the lane, and both games here in this series, it's just Vici Gaming coming out a little bit ahead. Ember Spirit
mid lane,
obviously struggling though.
Yep, mid lane might change that as well, as Salad is on him as an Arcane Rune.
He's actually not gonna like chill at all. He just forces XM to have to go all the way back to base, and he's not level 6 yet, so no remnant to play with. That's huge.
Yeah, and that's also a catapult lane, right? Minute 5 on the mid lane with PP popping that double bracer dragon form, detachment rotating in. Yeah, this is clinical from LBZS. I like it a lot.
Yeah, this is so smart. Tower's gone. Jama taking a ton of damage there from detachment, but still managing to survive. The question is, like, can you get anything out of this? Like,
nope.
It doesn't look like it. They're just gonna walk away. They're fine.
Yeah, you can't really. Your Ember is way too low. I mean, being level 5,
yeah,
he cannot fight. So, yeah, Vici Gaming, man, they're not in the best spot at the moment.
Ooh, Skywrath.
Should
Where
be
is he
fine.
at? He's at like 1 HP. Okay, yeah, he's out.
Detachment has 14 stick charges. I don't think he's dying.
Yeah, he just popped him. He's fine, and they actually scout a pretty big stack here as Yang forced off completely here by the Dragon Knight, and XM, he can't really do much either. He's just got double bracer, a belt of strength, and 3 points in that Dragon's Blood, and TA's the one who comes over and just clears up the stack for the most part.
No, really, LBZS, it's clinical from what they're doing right now. I love it. Like, take down the tier 1 with the Dragon Knights with 2 supports, the oldest play in the goddamn book, and then go into the triangle and secure that. Really nicely played. Kagome is really deep though.
Oh.
They have a sentry.
They have dust too. Yeah, he's super dead. So, Inkswell helped finishing that kill. I mean, that's a really smart one. The question, Erica's too tanky.
Yep, it was clinical up to this point. Like the area in which he's farming is really dangerous. Like, especially after you know that all of their heroes kind of converge to the bottom lane to defend the stacks, right? Which they fail to do. And when you fail to do something, you get angry. That's what Dota has taught me. So they're gonna search for kills. They find a really good one. Do you get angry when you fail? And do you get angry on yourself, at yourself, or someone else?
Usually myself. I like, if I'm playing bad in Dota, I get super emo about it. Just like,
yeah,
like,
you do strike me like an emo boy, I have to admit. Like your Bumblebee t-shirt, button down as well, yeah.
There was like 3 emo kids in my high school. I was one of them. Yeah, it's good. Those are the good years.
Makes sense. I'd probably troll you. I'd bully you if we were in high school together.
Sorry, I was a track star as well, so you know it was a very
bullying
combo.
is not nice. Yeah, bullying is not nice. So, oh really? You were? What is that? That's like what's a track star actually?
So I did like track and field. So I competed in like different running events and stuff. Yeah. I did
so
sports,
you were
know,
fast when people would bully you. You could run away fast.
Exactly. I was exactly. That's why no one tried. It was a waste of their energy.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
What do you think happens here, like going forward for the side of VG Gaming? Like they just keep playing this like just farming strategy because like. They don't have the DK to take the towers at the moment, but they're just like still racking up a ton of net worth on this Huskar, and I don't know. Ember Spirit's game is somewhat recovered, I guess, or like being recovered.
I feel like they're in this situation in which they last picked a hero just because of the Underlord, right? You kind of demoted this Chaos Knight from position 1 to offlane, as you didn't want to be completely countered by the enemy offlaner. And now you're stuck. You're stuck in this position in which, okay, this is what we've got, let's just make the best out of it. But they don't have any ways of making plays. It's only the Ember who got kind of defeated in the lane. And the Ember is going top.
No, they actually cancel Yang's TP as well, so he can't join this fight, but PP here on the Dragon Knight, surrounded by 3, and that's a huge kill.
A big one, really. Like, pretty much when you're looking at Vici Gaming, they have one play, and that's with the Ember to go and make stuff happen. But Molasses might fall here too now.
Yeah, quick TP bottom from Grimstroke. I mean, if they can get their hands on Molasses here, you got the Inkswell to follow it. I mean, you have to channel the ult, right? That's the big problem.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's so rough now.
He tried even in the end.
Yeah, like you can see it. He dropped the portal, but couldn't actually use it. Meanwhile, Yang, Dragon Tail into the Mystic Flare, the combo we're talking about from the draft. Looks like Yang will finally go down here to the hands of PP. They brought 3 more heroes down here to do so.
Yeah, a nice little counter kill for them, considering that they did lose the Dragon Knight a little bit earlier. PP recovers a bit, getting that Chaos Knight kill, but overall I feel that these small little trades, they actually benefit Vici Gaming, because they're the ones that actually have to wait at the moment, right? Like, they can't really take any fight they want to. Meanwhile, LBZS, I feel that they're strong enough if they... Okay, TA, she can be left alone, lonesome farming that Dezo, but everyone else is kind of ready to take objectives already.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, and I'm curious, like, if they're gonna try and to do that here anytime soon. Because Erica, at the moment, the armlet on the way to the Sange. Do you think he's gonna go halberd this game, or are we gonna be seeing just like a BKB Ags build, and that just might be a casual Sange?
I really don't know, but I think halberd is good. Now that you mentioned it, I think halberd is completely fine here. You're playing versus a TA.
Speaking of TA. Oh my gosh, Kagome is so close to death there. But they do have the ward vision still.
He's kind of dead, I would say.
Yeah, he just jumps for it anyway. XM!
Oh.
Okay, Kagome with a vengeance. Oh my lord.
He gets those Dezo stacks as well, like this is... And they get the D-ward afterwards. Do you think this is fine? I think this is kinda alright. The only problem is your TA is the true position 1.
Yeah.
So you kinda traded only one of the win conditions on Vici Gaming for the only win condition on LBZS, I guess. When you look at it that way, the trade is good for Vici.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, it kind of just feels like what happened last time, right? Where like Vici are just gonna like kind of just farm up and hit kind of critical mass, but it's not as much of an outdraft, right? So there is still plays to be made. There's still, like I think you said, some win objectives for the side of them. And yeah, Molasses caught him in the river there. He gets the Mystic Flare off. Cookie ends up sending him the wrong way, but oh yeah, there's going to be a soul bind, make sure he cannot escape. He did drop a portal for the TA, so she could join the fight. I think that was the idea behind it, but...
Yeah, it was on top lane. You can see
I think you know, TA saw that and was like, nope, I'm good. I'm gonna go farm.
Wait, I didn't play a single Underlord game. Can you hit the portal? Can you destroy it?
Nope, it just lasts 20 seconds and any hero can channel on it, I think, for 2 seconds to teleport to the other one.
So the enemy team cannot hit it. Why does it have like 450 HP then? It's weird, like...
It has HP?
Yeah.
I don't know, that's very weird.
I'll test it afterwards.
Yeah,
but,
no, you definitely can't attack it, so that's, yeah, that's very bizarre. Nice 2-hero chains there, catches Salad and bonked down by Yang. Yeah, this is one of those problems with the Skywrath Mage that I see, right? Like, there's so much damage coming out from these heroes. Ugh.
Yeah, Sky is a hero that you don't want to get hit ever. If you're getting hit, you're probably dying. It's like Keeper of the Light, right? Like, you need to keep your distance. But, man, Erica, he has his halberd armlet completed. It was so good. It was looking so good and nice and well coordinated for LBZS around that tier 1 tower mark on the mid lane. And then they just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, they literally have not made a single play afterwards. And now Huskar is online.
Foot off the pedal, yeah. I mean, he could just Roche. Like, he can just solo Roche now if he wants, but... I think he's going. They're just going to walk right into the Roche pit. Okay. Huskar is online. He's got the halberd. He's got his armlet. He can do the Roche all by himself. The rest of his team going to go look for kills or to fight anyone preventing him from getting in there. And they've actually found Kagome. Can he actually get out of here? Inkspell's not going to catch, but they get the pull back, and he is dead. Your TA off the map.
That's just a bonus kill. And keep in mind that Erica, if he even goes back into the pits, let's see.
I think they're baiting.
They're baiting, yeah.
The scan did come out. I mean, they were smoked up. Gonna see what they can find, and PP for the moment. Save thanks to the Pit of Malice.
And they get their own illusion as well. But it will not save them from, you know, losing Roshan. Well, there is 10 seconds on TA. Maybe they will try to contest this. It's so hard, though.
You do have the Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight, and Molasses with that Firestorm is a lot. Okay, well, they get the Grimstroke. There it is. The Blink Dragon Tail and the Mystic Flare combo.
Pretty solid. I think Vici Gaming underestimated how much damage Huskar would take from Roche. That's number one. And number two is, like, Grimstroke went away from the team, and he's the perfect target for LBZS to kill off first, so... Okay. I'm actually happy that LBZS managed to defend the Roche, not because I'm biased, it just makes the game more interesting. If Huskar gets this Aegis, the game is pretty much just done. So,
yeah, it's sad that that is like pretty much just the case, right? Like they won't be able to like put any pressure onto this hero if he has an Aegis, because you might be able to kill him once, right? It's the killing him twice part that I don't see being possible.
Pretty
Meanwhile,
much,
bottom lane,
right?
XM. He's be a little careful, but yeah, he's gonna be able to see the rest of him, and he's still got a remnant out.
Yeah. Do you think that perhaps Atos and Skyrat could have been changed with Aetherlands? Like, there's a lot of players that hate Aetherlands on this hero, by the way. They don't think it's that great, but I feel like, okay, you have Pit of Malice already, you have Dragonite with a stun. It's more important to actually be in range with the silence for the Ember.
Yeah, I'm actually not a big fan of the Atos on the Skywrath Mage here.
Really?
I do kind of agree.
No. Oh, just in this game, because Atos is great. There's
yeah. I think you're right. The Aether Lens would be better. Just having the extra cast range, the silence range is pretty important as well. So if you can just like grab the Ember Spirit really quick on like a silence from like the trees and stuff, like that's all super value.
And it solves your problem of DK jumping in and then you not being close enough to follow up.
Absolutely.
Okay,
but 5 to 8, super low kill score game. It's just slight gold advantage for Vici Gaming.
I really think it comes down to the fact that Vici had to switch up their draft, right? Like, mix things up, change things, put CK on the offlane, and it puts them a little bit out of their comfort zone. So the game looks kind of hectic. You don't have a true objective taker on the side of Vici. They're just farming away. Dragon form use though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he just pops that. He's got the shard. You know, we saw last game how powerful this was. Not that great against heroes like Huskar, but very good at pushing the lane.
It just feels good, right? Like you pop that bad boy fireball, you drop it somewhere and you just go away.
Yeah.
All that gold is yours.
He actually doesn't have a soul ring though.
Oh,
which is like very problematic for this hero because it is 100 mana cost.
A really good point. I think his item build overall wasn't as great as it could have been. Like, you can see the Dragonite has a blink, but that blink came after the Ogre Axe, so it was quite delayed. And it's also one of the reasons why they couldn't really make any plays on the side of LBZS, and one of the reasons kill score is so low. There's a BKB on TA.
Ooh, Zhama's out. Okay, I was like, I think they saw them walk over that trap there in the trees, but yeah, you said BKB on the TA. That's pretty big. That is definitely something to play around, but the real question is, like, can the rest of the team get active with her? Is they're head and bottom looking for the Underlord here, potentially Erica. Okay, no, he's DPing out. Speaking of which, Underlord also has BKB. First item basically is Hooded Defiance BKB.
Is this the solution to everything Vici Gaming has got? It solves a lot of their problems, really. When you think about the Ember and the Huskar right now, a lot of their damage is magical. So
yeah, that's a really good point.
It definitely does help. Yeah. So are they just?
I say Kagome has Blink MKB queued, obviously, to deal with the Huskar, assuming that there's going to be a Halberd coming out.
Yeah, he has it already on the Huskar, so MKB makes a ton of sense, and I guess everything that LBZS, the only thing I should say LBZS is waiting for is a BKB on Dragonite, if they even want to wait that long, because if you do itemize into BKBs, 2 BKBs, this early on, you kinda need to utilize them. You need to make them work.
Detachment finds a haste rune. Yang force-staffed away. Atos will grab him into the Mystic Flare, and Yang's gonna go. Yeah, there he is. Will go down. Kagome finds the kill. They end up using the portal to rejoin the fight here. Molasses gonna set up a kill here onto that Snapfire as well. So they do get 2 quick ones. And
I just love
Roshan
how
just
these
respawned.
I just love how these 2 BKBs literally wait, respawn? It never died. Ricky.
Oh, wait, they never killed it? Okay, for some reason I thought they killed it. My bad.
Yeah, it's fine. You're just testing. You're just testing the chat, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it technically does respawn with every game, so you're actually correct, right? Every game that starts, makes sense. Makes sense. I understand it now.
I was thinking, in terms of the series, it's respawned. Yeah, absolutely.
Makes total sense. Yeah. I just love, usually you have a feeling about which draft is kind of stronger, better looking on paper without even going in depth in what items they have. And I was favoring Witchy Gaming until I saw the 2 BKBs. The moment I saw the 2 BKBs, never mind, attachment is gone.
Well, slapped down by a couple illusions there from the CK. The rest of the team get a TP home, it seems. That's the hero I'm like really worried about as this game goes on, because they do have like you were saying, a lot of magic damage from the Ember Spirit and the Huskar, but Chaos Knight, when played to the core, okay, Yang might be feeding right now, we'll see, but he's got some help coming in, and they do actually force the TP out from the Underlord. Okay, Yang's fine. Look at this guy.
Completely okay. You were worried about what hero again?
I would say this the Chaos Knight. As this game goes on, I was like, you were pointing out they have a lot of magic damage, but the Chaos Knight is a hero that dumps out so much physical damage as the late game approaches. And even heroes like DK, who have tons of armor, are really just food for this hero. So I'm curious, like, what build he decides to go. I hope he just ends up building like straight on, like carry, like physical damage CK. But at the moment, they're gonna find XM, and BKB does come out. Yang's got to be careful here, as there is a DD here on the Templar Assassin. Cookie #1. They do have the Force Staff to make a little bit more space, and looks like it will be enough for the team to back away.
No, I can see your point completely about the Chaos Knight, but there's probably a reason why he's a 3. And that's the Underlord, right? That got picked afterwards, so...
yeah, it's true.
It's not that simple for him to carry. But let's see, he has a BKB. He can go in now.
He's gonna go for it. Yeah, Inkswell, the BKB comes forward, but they're gonna turn on with the BKB as well onto the Underlord. Turns attention on over to the Skywrath. He's gotta be careful. He is just getting shredded by the Templar Assassin. He will not find anything. Ends up just being a quick 2 for 0 on the side of LBZS.
Yeah, they blocked him really nicely. Enchantress also enchanted one of his illusions, so that helped out. Overall, Underlord was in the perfect position to break that fight from happening. Ench sent a creep, gave info, then Underlord just connected with a bit of Malice and Firestorm. I mean, honestly, so far, LBZS, they're completely in the lead. Like, everything that they've been doing, I like. My question is, when does Erica actually contribute to the game? Because I haven't seen the Huskar really. I haven't felt the impact at all. He's 1-0-0.
So basically,
the score
no
is telling. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, he does need to get active at some point. Yeah, 9-9, pretty much dead even on net worth. So
he's also going for the AC, which is good versus the TA. You always want a lot of armor. Makes a lot of sense, but it would have maybe been more natural on a CK.
Ooh, Erica in some trouble. Cookie will buy him some space, but that silence is about to expire, and PP here with BKB is going to get a little bit of distance. Salad taken down by XM on the backside with the help of the Mortimer Kisses, and now Huskar's going in, forced to BKB, but it's going to be Kagome that's close by. Inkswell getting some distance. They do manage to find XM with the Dragon Tail, and he will fall. Molasses, the next one to go down to Yang. The fight just going back and forth as now they get on top of the Enchantress, and He's not done on the CK. The BKB's active as they get the stun there onto the Dragon Knight. Now trying to take him down, but the silence goes down. The Force Staff, even the Cookie, maybe a little bit too far. The Huskar, but he gets the life break off. He's not done. He gets the Halberd. He gets the Ink Spell. He's taking them all down. The buyback's coming through, and the portal is there. The cavalry has arrived as finally they take down Erica. So 4 buybacks forced from LBZS.
Nah, this fight completely proves our point during the panel. Like LBZS, you can give them a really amazing draft, but Avicii Gaming, they're still just a better team, really. Like you saw that fight, right? The way Huskar first. He waited on the BKB for so long. Like, he knew exactly when he needed to use it, which I also think was perhaps a little bit premature. He used the BKB and was just forced to run away with it. But it still didn't matter because they pulled them apart. They found the right targets. First the Skyrad, then the Enchantress. Like, they found the right targets with the right heroes, and even though they're in a bad spot, they still made that team fight work, because everyone on the side of LBZS is like tunnel visioning on the Huskar. Like, we need to kill this Husk, we need to kill him right now. Meanwhile, your sidelines are just falling apart to a CK, to an Ember.
Yeah, and like CK... He picked up a gem as well, which is just going to help try and remove all these TA traps and some vision around that LBZS have managed to put down. And they don't really have the momentum now in LBZS, right? Like, so they don't feel as safe going into this enemy territory. Also, I'm not sure if you caught that, but Grimstroke is working on an Aghanim Scepter.
Okay. Wait, when you do the Aghs on the Dragonite form, you get a normal Dragonite, right? You don't get the dragon. I
you get the dragon form. If he's in dragon form, you get the dragon form.
Do you?
Yeah.
For someone with 1,000
you get meta Terrorblade and stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's decent. Because like when you're thinking about it, like TA Dragonite aren't really. If you can't get the dragon form, they're not the best heroes. But if you can get the dragon form, then it's pretty good. He has a shard as well. I think that's way more important for them than the Sags. Like just popping that shard on the Ember or the Huskar.
Yeah, in the last fight, that Huskar got so much health back when he got those 2 hero stuns and completely changes the fight. Both teams smoked up here. Hero advantage is definitely going to favor Avicii Gaming. They do have the portal available. Oh, but that's a DD rune for Erica. The question is, how is this fight going to start? Yeah, okay, never mind. Yang's just dead already. Well, that is about as good as a start to the fight as you can get. Kagome will grab a second kill there as now Grimstroke on the run. And I don't think he's making out of that one. No chance. Mystic Flare there from Salad. Okay.
And that was probably the best case scenario for LBZS. There's a lonely Chaos Knight just running uphill. You kill him off first and then the fight completely falls apart for Avicii Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they actually don't have buybacks on these heroes. They do have Fort, though, to stall this out just a little bit. The Radiant can also Fort, and then they will keep this Catapult alive as long as possible. So, I mean, you might lose a lane of barracks here.
I think this is a side at least. Yeah, LBZS, they're doing the discipline thing, something that they did not do in game 1. They just take the side and move back. Pretty solid from them. Roche, well, it will respawn in 2 minutes, so that won't be there for them to pick up right now, but yeah, I really like what just happened for them.
Yeah, they need to get... I mean, if they had the vision, obviously, fight would have been a little bit different there, but yeah, just walking onto the high ground into 5 heroes, pretty unfortunate there for Yang and the side of VG Gaming, but as far as LBZS goes, I mean, they want to keep the pressure up. They just got the MKB, almost on their way to the Daedalus. 5 heroes, looking for more. They do get the Obs Ward down on the high ground.
PP has that blink, remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if they want to, they can just jump in with the Dragonite, but they have no vision. So it's a bit difficult. Okay, Dragon form.
Okay, he just goes right in. They manage to get on top of Erica, and he doesn't get a BKB or anything. He's going to go and buy back into the game, though, as they're now chasing down the Chaos Knight. What killed Skywrath? I actually have no idea. The BKB comes through from the Ember Spirit. Mortar Kisses are there as they hold down that Underlord, but he's just going to try and TP home. Looks like he's going to make it. Enchantress not so much. So you get a buyback on the 1 position. Huskar for 2 supports. It's actually not that bad, but Roshan's respawning, and they're both going to be sidelined for 30 seconds.
Did they get the gem back? I don't think they did they? Didn't it drop?
It would have dropped off the CK originally, so I don't know who has it right now, though.
I swear, thought I saw a gem on the ground. Okay, in any case, yeah, like you said, it's kind of worth it for LBZS because Huskar had to buy back. But remember that this kind of a fight always leads to a rush, and Erica had to buy back there. Like, he had no options. Like, you need to buy back and check that rush bit because they didn't have vision in it. Now that it's up, they can go. Yeah.
And they will scout. The question is, can they get the damage onto it in time? Erica is just slowed down so much by these TA traps. Trying to hobble his way to the Roche pit, but it's been it took him too long to exchange. Yeah, Yang goes in, he grabs him molasses, 4 seconds stun. The Inkswell is there. The damage, can they finish him off in time? They do. 100 seconds. That's the dieback. Kagome able to blink on out. Searing Chains will hold him in place. PP goes in with big stun, takes down Jamba with the help of Kagome, and now Salad in some trouble as XM trying to chase him down here on this Ember Spirit.
Double halberd.
Beautifully done. The double halberd, keeping these 2 cores from attacking, but Erica, he needs to get out. He's got detachment on top, but he's just going to turn around. He's got the lifesteal. The body slam from the grandma, able to just chain stun down the TA, and Kagome will burn as detachment will join him as well. Your 4 buybacks have turned into 4 diebacks, and the only hero with gold left in the bank is going to be that TA.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no reason for him to buy back. Man, Vici Gaming, they just understand what they need to do, and LBZS are the same, but Vici is just that one second faster on it, right? 1 second faster on the trigger finger. Like Chaos Knight jumping in onto the high ground, eliminating Underlord instantly. They knew that they can't go into the pit. They knew that they had to take a fight before, and they did. They caught LBZS, perhaps not off guard, but just dribbled around them. Just went a little bit faster, really. But the double Soulbind Halberd as well was perfect. If that doesn't connect, Huskar just dies. So yeah, they're back into it. They're back in the game, and now that Huskar has that Aegis and Shard, the game is hard.
Yeah, that Shard is so good too. And I'm curious if he is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter. Like you said, he did have the AC queued up for a little bit, went back for the Satanic instead, and he is going to finish up the AC. Okay, yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
It makes complete sense, and also I'm not saying that the Ags build is the correct one. I was actually questioning it. I'm not sure which build on Huskar is the optimal one at the moment, but when you getting a plate mail versus TA makes a ton of sense. Also having that Satanic in a game such as this one for an extra way of dispelling is pretty solid. Yang mid.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of just standing there to go for the tower, and he might regret that one. Okay, he gets the BKB off, tries to get healed from the Inkswell. Armlet toggles. He's out. He's gonna survive and managed to just force out some of a reaction here from LBZS. I mean, that's Dragon Form, right? So you just kind of bait it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to even fight it. You can go down for the tier 2. Try and just wait out the Dragon Form. By the way, the amount of work that the Force Staff on Grimstroke and the Cookie on Snapfire is doing, and also the Force Staff on Snapfire, just makes... You know, some games, I think it was even the last one that we casted together, you get this position for that rushes Aghanims. Meanwhile, a Force Staff or 2 Force Staffs on your team can be just game-winning, right?
Yep.
Just that extra utility.
Dude, there's been like 3 times already where heroes 100% would have died if it weren't for that Force Staff, and like that is, it literally can't be understated how good it is. And specifically, Chaos Knight twice would have died this game.
And in this game, I believe they're forced to build them. That wasn't a pun. Because of the Sky Rat, right? Like,
yeah.
You get that Mystic Flare, you counter it with 1 Force Staff, so it's pretty good to have it, but it just demonstrates overall how much use it got. It's so good.
They're smoked up here, trying to make a play for this bottom tier 2 as they manage to use the gem there to get that D ward, but Erica is going to sit on the front line here, obviously has that Aegis to work with, so feeling pretty tanky. Molasses is going to TP out.
You do have that Aegis, right, for 2 more minutes. If you're Vici Gaming, you know that you can take your time and go on the high ground with the Huskar.
I mean, Salad just getting burned down from XM, and without buyback either. Detachment in trouble. Wonder Kiss is not going to be able to help finish him off. Detachment just barely surviving theirs, but you did... I mean, that's a heavy commitment from the Ember. He doesn't have a lot left after that one. But
yeah,
it could go in with Yang here in a moment.
Yep. 1 minute without the BKB on him.
Just barely chipping this tower. They don't have a lot of tower push. That is definitely a problem with their team at the moment. Meanwhile, Erica, you might regret this one. He's got to pop the Satanic here and heal off the next creep wave most likely. Okay, they're just going to back. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a problem with the Vici Gaming strategy. You don't have great tower push, and there is still an Underlord. It's similar to, like, the Roche scenario, right? If Underlord's alive, you can't really go for the objective.
Yeah, you pretty much. Like, the Chaos Knight can take down objectives really fast, but not if Underlord is alive, so you need to take him down first, and afterwards it could be easier, but for that to happen, you need to take the fight outside of their base.
30 seconds left on this Aegis. Not too bad. They've got quite a bit out of it, you know, taking over the map. 10k advantage here for the side of Vici, and he is closing in on the AC. Yang finds himself a leveler. You know, I mean, we were talking about, you know, the issues they have with pushing buildings. That'll certainly help as he's queuing up the Octarine core. And I love this build on CK. I absolutely love this build. Gives you so much spammability out of that Chaos Bolt. You get the reduced cooldown talent as well. And yeah, you just chunk 4-second stuns at people, and it is very fun. I love it. I love it. I love it. Aghanim Scepter finish up on Jauma here. Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot going for them. So let's see. In the terms of LBZS, like obviously we have Kagome still at the top of the net worth here. Did finish the data list, had a Lincoln Sphere queued up, which is pretty important, being able to stop, you know, any of the spells coming in from the Grimstroke, as well as Erica or Yang, right? There's a lot of really strong single target spells here. They do smoke up as 5 as they're going to head into the triangle. They haven't scanned quite yet. Still available if they want to use it. They're going to TP back down here onto Ember. So Vici Gaming will be ready to fight them if they want. And they will. They smoke up.
Smoke on smoke.
Yeah, they saw the outpost get taken, right? So they're like, okay, well, we know where they are.
Mm-hmm. What about the Ags on Grimstroke? Is it going to do a lot or not?
It depends, right? There's a Lincoln Sphere, I think, being queued up on the TA, but if he gets the Dragon Knight, I think it's gonna own. I think it's gonna be a really big issue if he gets the Dragon form Dragon Knight.
What about Soulbind on TA and Dragon Knight, getting both of them?
Yeah, I mean, either of them, right? Like, I mean, TA actually might just be perfect anyway because she just does so much damage, but the thing is, a lot of her damage comes from, you know, things like Meld Strike and all that, which she's not going to be getting, so...
And that illusion is pretty easy to kill. Meanwhile, Dragon Knight might be a bit chunkier.
Yeah.
DK going in.
Wards. Yeah, he is just going to jump right in. They managed to take down Snapfire. Nope. No buyback used quite yet. but she's going to drop it now as they do get the Soulbind onto 2, and there it is, the Dragon just chasing them down. CK held off onto the side, but they've got to get out of this fight and fast, and doesn't look like it's going to happen.
And now you can push. Bottom lane is pushing in. Now is the perfect time, and yeah, that Dragon is a problem for them as well. The fight looks even kind of decent for LBZS, jumping in on Snapfire, eliminating her first, but there was a shrine there, so it's not really the best place to be fighting. Maybe it would have been even better to just wait on the high ground, instead of taking the fight somewhere where if a buyback happens, the player will just rejoin the fight so fast.
Yep. Snapfire, you know, she held the buyback for a little bit, but after they realized that they were just going to get those kills, I think she was just like, all right, I'll buy back. We want to try and end the game. Still no buyback available on DK or the Underlord. In terms of the Radiant, the rest of the heroes do have it. So if they get another kill here, they will be able to buy back into this game and see if they can maybe hold for the high ground. But Yang just being super annoying on the CK, just throwing these Chaos Bolts. And they will grab themselves free lanes.
Yep, 2 free lanes, and then they go back, understanding, okay, we can still perhaps lose a fight if it's not played on our terms, so they move back onto the high ground. Are they waiting for next rush? Yeah, it's up in 5 seconds, why not? The safest way to play this game at the moment.
Kagome has Swift Blink and Divine Rapier queued up.
Okay.
See if it ends up working. I mean, if he gets a Divine, it's actually pretty sick, but he just buys it. They just want to fight. Yang pulled pretty far forward, gets the BKB off, trying to hobble away, but just gets destroyed by that TA. And in comes Erica, bouncing from one target to the next, and Kagome is just dead instantly. You know, Divine Rapier on the deck, doesn't really matter. Yeah, it just goes up on the edge, gets stunned. Triple kill, ends up going the way of Snapfire, which quite fun. But yep, GG as they close out this series 2-0. VG Gaming looking very good.
Yeah. And Chance just tried to save that
Rapier in the end, but it won't truly matter as TA did not have the buyback anyway. I don't really see the way in which they could have, you know, made their way back into this game after the last fight in the jungle. And it's just like Witchy Gaming, they don't feel, I never felt like they're in complete control of this game, but it doesn't matter. They make it work. That cookie plus the Force Staff literally won them the game in the Radiant jungle. It's literally what won the game.
Wait, Snare, do I hear you?
Snare is kind of muted for me, yeah.
Yeah, Snare, are you muted?
Just a little bit, just a little muted. But his glasses redeemed. He doesn't have to talk. He looks too good.
There he is.
All right. What I was asking, Lizard, right? It seemed like my mic was letting me down, but I was asking, you're basically saying that positioning and movement manipulation can make a difference in a Dota game? Who could have known?
Yeah,
amazing stuff, right?
Yeah, right. Like that's why they pay me for. That's my expert analysis. But realistically, like Force Staff has fell out of favor for a really long time on supports, right? Like you don't see it nearly as often. Like back in my days, long time ago, if you don't have a Force Staff on a support, what are you even doing, right? Right pinged. Now. Yeah, you just get pinged. You're just like, why am I? Your cores would literally ask you, why am I not getting forced? Right, they would be pissed. Right now, it's not really that way, and I'm happy to see it get demonstrated, the power of the item once again.
I mean, both of you are talking about it in the draft as well, right? The Skywrath Mage, in order to try and get a little bit more damage out of the Skywrath Mage, alt-right, bought the Rod of Atos, and oftentimes we see that being the route of progression for that hero. But in this game, mobility certainly would have paid far greater dividends. But this game, though, did come a little bit closer than we thought. There was a very nice moment there where we saw the Ember Spirit getting taken down Unfortunately, though, as much as they got a good progression at the beginning of the game, Kagome was getting a ton of farm, was always in a decent position in terms of the net worth. Regrettably, Ricky, if you're playing against this Huskar and the Huskar is always going to deal with you well, I mean, for the longest time in the game, the Huskar was doing nothing. You know, at 26 minutes, he was, I think, 1-0-0. Things weren't looking that hot, but soon thereafter, a couple of fights started happening, and slowly but surely, Vici Gaming just took control of the game and never let it go.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what happened, right? Like, we saw this moment of, like, a couple pickoffs here and there from the side of, you know, LBZS that were really important. This fight was pretty sick from the side of Vici Gaming. Like, they were able to just kind of bait this out super long with the BKB there from Erica. Just like Lizard was talking, they go for the chase. They go a lot, like, way too far. XM dies, but it's not the end of the world because you have Yang here just doing a ton of damage still. Huskar pretty much topped back off, ready to go. And at this point, there's no BKBs left on either TA or the Dragon Knight. So they just get to kind of do whatever they want in these team fights. And Huskar, like you said, the matchup always good for him as the game goes on.
Yeah, this was the fight.
Cookie, we saw that even earlier in the fight. It was crazy. Like, there was the first forced off fire snap Cookie rather to get him out of the Mystic Flare. The second forced off to move him away from the damage of the TA. Then the third one to ensure he doesn't die. And even though the fight ends up eventually with a dead Huskar and Ember Spirit, it does cost 4 buybacks. And at this point, it starts to seem like the beginning of the end. And Lizard, you were talking about this in game 1, right? Where the team that is sometimes disfavored feels like they have to push the envelope much further than they absolutely need to. And there were times like, for now, a decent fight. It looks like, oh, okay, this might work out, right? 3 heroes dead. They start leading this into a high ground push. But literally less than 2 minutes later, we have a Huskar pulling through and everybody ends up dying around this Roshan pit, and the game just suddenly doesn't seem like it's possible to play anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, really. It's hard to wail on the fact that Vici Gaming just look, you know, slightly better, and that's it, no matter what. Like, you know, I feel that LBZS in this game, they had ways of winning it, they had ways of taking it, but they get outplayed. They get outplayed even in team fights. It's not like their draft is worse or anything. I would even favor their draft. I think their draft is fantastic against Vici Gaming. They have everything that they need to beat them, but it just doesn't matter when you get outplayed by Erica a little bit, when there is a 4-staff Cookie, like you mentioned earlier. I would even argue that in this game they could have pushed it a little bit further earlier on when they had the advantage, and they didn't. Like, very early on, I think they could have maybe even done more if the Dragon Knight got the blink instead of an Ogre Axe. They gave Vici Gaming a little bit too much breathing room at the beginning, because the Chaos Knight wasn't truly a hero. He makes one illusion, Enchantress takes it, and and that's pretty much his full, you know, contribution to fights. So I think that maybe early on they respected Vici a bit too much.
I mean, it's exactly like what you mentioned in the drafting phase itself, right? You were talking about how we see both teams having similar drafts to what the other team had in game 1 and wanting to see how they're going to play it out. And unfortunately, LBZS, even when they were stronger at the point in the game, they didn't have the same degree of knowing exactly when to fight, right? I mean, I think one of the best places to try and isolate the differences between these two teams and understanding when they know when to go forward is seeing the Blink Dagger timings, right? In game 1, Yang doesn't hesitate, literally boots into Blink Dagger immediately. He understands what he needs to do in this game. Unfortunately, Ricky, in this one, like Lizard mentioned, you go for the Ogre Axe, you're moving into the BKB. Halfway through, he sort of realized, snap, I should probably have gone for the Blink Dagger, but it's too late right now. Suddenly, not only do we lack initiation, but the Skywrath Mage combo, which we specifically picked for this DK, doesn't work without having that early BKB, or the early Blink Dagger, rather, in this particular game.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like something that's all unique to like this draft too. Like, we actually see this as like a pretty big like decision that happens with a lot of offlaners, because this is typically like the role that is responsible for this, right? Like, a lot of times they will go for like an early blink, some form of initiation, and we see heroes like, for instance, like Mars a lot that have to like struggle with the idea of like, do I go like this armlet? Do I go this soul ring? Do I finish phase boots? Like, can I get these other luxury items before I need to get this Blink Dagger? And sometimes you make the wrong call. And there's, you can't just like sell your item and go back for the blink dagger. So it's just, it just happens sometimes. And yeah, this game, it was an Ogre Axe.
It was a mere Ogre Axe, nothing more than that. And regrettably, off the back of that, they didn't have the strength to continue forward and they end up dropping down 2-0. Much closer game 2, but unfortunately, this continues the trend when they've placed off against Vici Gaming. That's their 4th loss in a row. And unfortunately, it's also their 2nd loss in a row here in the Division 1 of the Spring Tour of the DPC. It has not seemed to be the case, Lizard, that you can stay in the DPC with anything more than 3 losses, right? And sadly, it doesn't seem like their competitors down the line get any easier than this, right? If you're going to imagine, you've already played PSG LGD, you still have to play Team Aster, you still have to play RNG, you still have to play Extreme Gaming. How on earth do they stay in this division at this point?
It's going to be extremely difficult, really. Like Vici Gaming, for me at least, is perhaps not as strong as PSG LGD or Team Aster, right? So, and you just lost to them as well. We'll see how they fare against RNG and Extreme Gaming, right? They haven't played against those two. But it's just so difficult. Like the problem with the Chinese region is like you have always 5 or 6 top teams that are extremely difficult to kick out of Division 1. Like just keep in mind, IG got relegated last season.
Yes,
right?
dude.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's just not something that usually happens. And now you have LBZS in the Division 1 instead of IG, and they're like, hello, big guys. Please don't go too hard on us. And so far, they've been shown zero mercy. Maybe LBZS can switch something up a little bit for their future series, but I think it's going to be really difficult to do.
Yeah, fully agree that they do not have an easy road ahead of them. However, our Cryptic, right? And as sad as it is right now for LBZS, Vici Gaming have shown that, we can win against a game against PSG LGD, but that game wasn't a fluke. Even in games where we come in against lower rated squads where our draft isn't as succinct as we want it to be, we can still eke out these victories. We can still make sure that we are the stronger team. So for Vici Gaming, a lot of people were very concerned about what the squad may look like, especially now considering that Yang is back. Are we feeling a bit more confident about their prospects in Division 1, especially against some of the other strong teams that they still have to face?
Yeah, I mean, I would say based on like they're showing so far, like I think they look definitely in better form than they did last season. I don't think they're like out of the woods yet, though. Like they do have to tighten up some aspects of their gameplay. But I think one of the things that they are accelerating in is the fact that their drafting seems to be pretty good. And if they can rely on that and then, fix any other, kinks in their game, yeah, they're a tough contender. Like, absolutely. I think that, other teams are going to have to put some respect on that.
Well, like our Cryptic said, put some respect on Vici, because this is actually a tier 1 team. Maybe tier 1.5, but they certainly are making their way up there, and they're looking quite good right now in Division 1. Losing to PSG LGD, no disrespect there, but taking a strong victory here over LBZS, setting them up for success. And at the very least, they don't probably have to fear relegation at this point in time. However, sadly, this does end the day for us, gentlemen. This does mean that there's no more Dota for the rest of the day, which makes me very sad. I was hoping for a Game 3. So because we don't have a Game 3, I'm going to pick your brains for a few more minutes. Lizard, you saw the Huskar. It finally emerged. We had one ban in China of this hero. It actually got played. Did it live up to your expectations? Do you still feel like it's the hero, one of the ones that won the patch notes at this point in time?
It's hard to say after this game, really. They had a ton of problems on their side. I'm just wondering what happens when that Huskar gets a real save, because he looked all right, but Huskar always was able to shine when he'd get something like an Oracle or an Omniknight on his side. I would really like to see. Well, I wouldn't really like to see, because I can already feel it creeping down my back. That nasty feeling of playing versus Huskar Oracle or Huskar Omniknight. Yeah, it lived up to the expectations. Let's not pick way too many Huskar games, please. Let's not have that.
Unfortunately, our cryptic Lizard just mentioned, right? Not just is Huskar good, but Huskar's good with Omni, and Omni is really good this patch as well. So I feel like we're probably going to have a couple of more of these Huskar games before the tour is out. How many of them do you think are going to come from the stronger rated teams? Or do you think it's going to be a situation where, you know, your eHomes, your LBZSs, your Team Magmas are looking at this as sort of an easy way to win a draft if you do have the 10th pick?
I feel like, honestly, any team, it's going to be on their radar. Like this is a hero that like everyone is aware of right now. It's not something that you can first pick. It's definitely something that comes later in the draft. But yeah, I mean, the Omni Knight is something that still gets picked relatively often. Things like IO, if they're even allowed through the draft at all, is pretty much going to get snapped every single game. So there are other ways to make Huskar even stronger than what we saw in this current game. But, you know, it still has to be a Huskar game at the end of the day. Like it's not going to be something that we see. Like it's not Templar Assassin that gets first picked in every game. But yeah, Huskar. Well, it'll be fun to watch, I'm sure.
Unfortunately, what I'm hearing from both of you gentlemen is we are back in a 10th pick meta. These always lead to some very aggressive and awful Dota games, but what can we do? This is the game we love, this is the scene we love, and this is the esport that we're involved in. So with that, we are going to close it out for today. VG Gaming securing themselves a 2-0. Great welcome home present for Yang, and I'm sure he'll be celebrating with his team right now. There are some peculiarities about how often he's going to be allowed to play, but I'm sure that'll come into vogue later, and we'll discuss it when it is relevant. For now, the relevant thing is VG Gaming walking away with another victory, or their first one rather, and LBZS with yet another loss. Probably they have one more in them before elimination is practically guaranteed, so let's hope that this next upcoming week goes a little bit better for them. And as we sign out right now, Lizard, do you want to tell the people where they can find you if they want to access some of this knowledge that you've been dropping on the homies throughout the week and not just when you're on broadcast?
Yo, what's with this? Am I supposed to shill myself here right now?
Yes, shill, plug heavy.
Shill? I can shill myself? Yeah. You can find me anywhere on Twitter, on Twitch, whatever, Lizard.2, but you can also, on my Twitch, you can find some donation links that can come in handy for people that need that exposure more than I do at the moment. So I'll snatch this moment and use it that way instead.
Hey, good guy Lizard there, putting on everybody else, not just himself. And what about you, All Cryptic? Anything you want to say to the people before we sign off?
I mean, it's just been it's going to be a fun season, honestly. I'm just really excited to see how this is all going to play out and to work with all of you. And obviously, yeah, if you guys want to look anything up, do what Lizard said. Go to his page and check out the links on his page.
Lizard is now the official plug, the official person to go to if you want to get involved in the rest of the scene. So make sure you go over onto Lizard's page at LizardDota2. Make sure you follow RCryptic as well at RCryptic. And you can follow me at Snegrodamus. But the most important thing is to make sure you're following this here Twitch channel, Perfect World Esports, PWRD. Follow us on Twitter as well, and you will be aware of every time that a game goes live. But that is going to be that. Wrapping up for the day, Division 2 is done, Division 1 is done. Although we had a lot of fun, I think we've all been entertained. The big winners of the day, obviously the sides of Dandelio Esports Club and right now the side of Vici Gaming. So that is that for today. We'll be back Sunday for some more Dota 2 action here for the DPC Spring Tour. Myself, Snare, RCryptic, and Lizard signing out for now. We'll see you on Sunday and return bright and early for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. And down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn! What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can count.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. If this is it. If this is it. I know I better give it my all. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. If this is it. If this is it. I know I better give it my all.